Chapter 83. Holding the herbs wrapped in yellowish-brown paper, Bogda left Lawson's folk herb store in a daze. While waiting for the tracked public carriage, he suddenly came to a realization. I spent £10 just to buy a bag of things? That's close to a month's salary. If not for his trust in Anna and Joyce, he wouldn't have brought so much cash to the divination club. Could it be that Mr. Moretti is working with the black-hearted boss of Lawson's herb store to earn more profits by only charging 8 pence for a divination? This sounds like a classic scam case in the newspapers. Bogda connected the dots and began to suspect Klein. He even suspected Joyce and Anna. The tracked public carriage stopped. He looked at the herbs in his hand, but he couldn't shamelessly return. All he could do was enter the carriage with a heavy heart. Inside Lawson's folk herb store, the boss watched as Bogda's figure disappeared into the distance. He suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the back door where the herbs were stacked. Sherman, stop buying herbs from today onwards. Why? Teacher, why? A delicate-looking youth with unkempt hair walked out. The boss smiled. This is the 16th customer who came because of my fame. If this continues, I believe the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind will all notice me. It's time to consider moving to another city. Then, does this shop need to be transferred? Sherman nodded in enlightenment and asked with concern. The boss chuckled. If you wish to stay, you can be the boss of this shop. In terms of identifying herbs and concocting medicine, you are already capable enough. Of course, remember to deposit 50% of your monthly profits into my anonymous account at the Backlund Bank. But I haven't learned what you are truly good at. Sherman was tired of living in a city for less than a year, but he was also reluctant to part with the magical formula his teacher was good at. The boss sat on a recliner and leisurely rocked back and forth. That's not something you can learn just because you want to. A cup of boiling dark green liquid appeared in front of Bogda. The smell of smelly socks and the color that made him want to vomit made him deeply doubt his every move today. The rooster's blood that had just flowed out was dripped with medicine. Bogda's father looked at his son worriedly. I think surgery is the best choice. The small amount of rooster blood tumbled in the boiling liquid a few times before disappearing. Bogda took a deep breath and said, If this medicine doesn't work, I'll consider surgery. The Lord will protect you. Bogda's father drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. When the boiling liquid cooled down, Bogda raised his right hand, closed his eyes, and tilted his head, gulping down the entire potion with the thought of not wasting £10. The stench of blood lingered in his mouth, almost making him vomit everything he had just drunk. That night, Bogda realized that he had eaten something bad. He went to the bathroom 6 times and only fell asleep when the crimson moon was about to disappear. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up because he dreamed of being reprimanded by his boss. Thankfully, I applied for 3 days of annual leave. I don't have to rush to the office. Bogda heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly realized that he was in high spirits. This was in stark contrast to the gloomy state he had been in for the past few weeks. Bogda subconsciously reached out his hand and pressed on the right side of his abdomen. He felt that the region, which would sting him to the point of unbearable exertion, had become normal. There was only ordinary pain from pressing on it. It can't really be effective, right? That apothecary is clearly fooling me. Bogda was surprised, delighted, and puzzled as he got out of bed. He stretched his body and felt his long-lost sense of health return. He pondered for a long time and muttered to himself, according to that apothecary's instructions, I still need to drink the medicine twice. After I'm done, I'll head to the hospital to find a physician to take a look. That apothecary didn't mention how many times I need to drink the medicine a day. I still feel that he's a little like a cheat. In the office of the Blackthorn Security Company's clerical staff, Klein had requested ahead of time to obtain an undisturbed environment. He held a carving knife and expressed his spirituality as he seriously carved incantations and symbols on 2 pieces of silver accessories. They were Hermes, which prayed to avoid calamity. They were 2 mysticism symbols that represented the Evernight goddess and the Empress of calamity and horror. Apart from that, Klein had also added the goddess's corresponding spirit number, 7, as well as the relevant magical labels. In addition, both sides of the charm and amulet had to be carved. As for the symbols, incantations, and labels on each side, their respective positions, and what special format they had, all of these belonged to the advanced category of mysticism. It was filled with falsehoods that were spread among ordinary people. At that moment, Klein's right-hand side had quite a number of scrap carving materials. After repeated practice and confirming that he had mastered it, he dared to create amulets for his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa. His psyche settled as spirituality surged out from the tip of his carving knife. He outlined the number 7 on the surface of the silver accessory. He had already finished carving the incantations and symbols on the other side of the silver accessory. All that was left was to finish this side. When the last carving was done, all the spirituality was strung together. Klein suddenly felt a strange, majestic, and terrifying power surge in the room. The surge quickly disappeared, and the incantations on both sides of the silver accessory formed a hole in Klein's spirit vision. They emitted a serene and peaceful black color. He put down his carving knife and rubbed the silver accessory that formed a circle and a vertical. He felt that it was warm to the touch with a hint of coolness. It's done. He happily put the amulet he had previously created and the newly completed piece into his pocket. He planned on giving it to his brother Banson and sister Melissa when the opportunity arose. Such amulets created by Beyonders had certain effect. They could allow the wearer to avoid a certain degree of calamity without realizing it, but it wouldn't be too exaggerated. Furthermore, their spirituality would slowly dissipate. Unless they used high-level ritualistic magic and prayed for a complete solidification, a year was the limit. And high-level ritualistic magic had a terrifying requirement on spirituality. It wasn't something that Klein could afford at the moment. When the time comes, I'll use my spirituality to outline it again. Klein nodded thoughtfully and began cleaning up the messy table. He didn't make any items for himself for the time being, as amulets of this level had limited effects on him. Therefore, his goal was to further grasp the study of charms and combine it with ritualistic magic to create a few charms that could be activated with special syllables for self-defense. After finishing his work, just as Klein walked out of the clerk's office and was about to hand in the scrapped materials, he saw Captain Dunn walking over in a black trench coat. Dunn's deep gray eyes scanned him and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Klein, the Holy Cathedral has approved of you. You are now an official member of us." "Really? That's great." Klein expressed his surprise in a half-genuine manner. Dunn smiled and nodded. "You can now collect your salary of £3 for this week and £5 for the next week until the advance is paid. By the way, did I mention the Nighthawk's ritual? Every official Nighthawk has to complete a mission independently. Only by doing so can they gain the recognition of their companions. Considering your previous outstanding performance, I believe you can replace it with an ordinary mission. When the time comes, I'll officially introduce you to all the Nighthawks in Tingen City." Klein answered without hesitation, "That's right. All right. £3 and £7 from the reimbursement would be no problem for him to buy a suit of formal attire. And there was still a lot left. I wonder when I'll be able to wait for the mission." Klein waited until Sunday, until Selena's birthday banquet. After changing into his formal attire, he used a brush and handkerchief to clean his half-top hat. Klein looked in the mirror and walked down to the first floor with satisfaction. At this moment, Melissa was sizing up Banson's clothes. "Is there a problem?" Banson waved his cane, feeling a little guilty from his sister's gaze. He examined himself and felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He was dressed decently enough. Melissa retracted her gaze and said with a serious expression, "Banson, this is a very old suit. There will be many outstanding young ladies and ladies attending tonight's birthday banquet. I think your dressing like this is disrespectful to them." Klein was originally full of questions, but after hearing Melissa's emphasis, he suddenly came to a realization. He smiled and went up to her. "I'm about the same size as Banson. He can wear my other tuxedo." He had already told his brother and sister that he had bought a new suit. He said that the suit had been damaged by a thorn when he was inspecting some cultural relic. Therefore, the company had generously compensated him. Of course, he hid the fact that he had been promoted and given a raise. He was afraid that it would scare Melissa and Banson, so he planned to tell them half a year later. Banson and Melissa were very envious of this explanation. They felt that the Blackthorn Security Company was an employer that was hard to find fault with. "There's no need for that, is there?" Banson still didn't understand the situation. "No, it's very necessary." Klein nudged Banson's shoulders and walked to the stairs. "My tuxedo is hanging on the coat rack." After watching Banson go upstairs with a blank look, Klein turned to Melissa and smiled. "You hope that Banson can use the opportunity of Selena's birthday banquet to start a beautiful relationship with a certain lady?" He had read many newspapers and magazines recently, so he knew that the banquets of the nobles and the middle class often had the function of matchmaking. Melissa nodded seriously. "Yes, Banson has already missed out on too much for us." Chapter 84. Noticing his sister's puzzled look, Klein suddenly felt that this was an opportunity. He sized her up and said with a serious expression, "You're right." He sized her up and said with a serious expression, "Melissa, you aren't showing enough respect for tonight's banquet." "What?" Melissa wore a puzzled look. Klein pointed at her neck. "As a lady, you're still lacking a necklace to adorn here." Without waiting for his sister to speak, he chuckled and took out a silver amulet surrounded by angel feathers from his pocket. "Thankfully, I've prepared it for you." Melissa was first taken aback before she blurted out, "How much is it?" "Sis, your focus isn't right." Klein silently lampooned as he explained with a chuckle, "In fact, it's not expensive. As it was only a half-finished product, I imitated an artifact I've seen before and engraved blessings and beautiful patterns on it." "You engraved it?" As expected, Melissa's attention was diverted. "How is it? What do you think of my handiwork?" Klein handed the amulet to his sister. Melissa flipped it around and looked at it a few times before biting her lip. "I like the angel feathers around it. If you think the incantations and symbols I engraved are ugly, just say so. There's no need to hide it. An amulet is mainly about its effects." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to persuade his sister to accept it, he saw Melissa wear the silver necklace around her neck with a reluctant expression. Then, she carefully positioned the amulet. "Perfect." Klein sized it up and praised exaggeratedly. Melissa shot a glance at him and looked down at the amulet. She said in a muffled voice, "Klein, you weren't like this in the past. Perhaps it's because I have a good job and a good income that I've become more confident." Klein interrupted his sister and gave an explanation. "Sigh, even though I've received the original owner's memory fragments and there aren't any major problems, there are still some details that I'm used to showing my true personality. Especially after I've become more and more comfortable with Banson and Melissa." He sighed inwardly. Melissa seemed to agree with his reasoning and pursed her lip. "You're fine like this, really fine." After the siblings chatted for a while, Banson changed his clothes and went downstairs. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, a tuxedo, a black bow tie, and a pair of well-ironed pants. He looked like a new person, like a successful person who had his own business after working hard for many years. The hairline is similar as well. Klein chuckled inwardly. "Very good, Banson. That's exactly what you should wear." He smiled brightly and spread his hands. Melissa nodded in agreement. It turns out that clothes are more important than me. Banson made fun of himself. Klein took the opportunity to take out the remaining amulet and repeated what he had said before. Finally, he said, I made one for you too. It's not bad. I'll carry it with me. Banson accepted it calmly and teased, Klein, I wouldn't be surprised even if you suddenly know how to cut hair, make clothes, repair clocks, and feed curly-haired baboons. Life is always full of surprises and surprises, Klein replied with a smile. Following that, the siblings cleaned themselves up and walked out the door. They took a trackless public carriage to North Borough's Fania Street. The Woods house was also a terraced house, but unlike Klein's, it had a porch and a small lawn in front of the house, making it look more elegant. When the doorbell was rung, Klein, Banson, and Melissa waited for less than 20 seconds before they saw the star of the day, Selina Wood. The girl with long burgundy hair gave Melissa a joyful hug. I like this dress of yours. It makes you look especially beautiful. Beside Selina was her father, Mr. Wood Sr., a senior employee of the Bakeland Bank's Tingen branch. Welcome, our esteemed elder brother. Welcome, our young historian. He deliberately greeted Banson and Klein in an exaggerated manner. Young historian. Why didn't he add a description of a conscientious person? Klein lampooned inwardly, took off his hat, and replied with a smile, Mr. Wood, you are more spirited and younger than I imagined. His compliment had unknowingly leaned towards the foodie empire. Banson extended his hand and shook old Wood's hand. I know quite a number of bank employees, but they are all equally arrogant and stiff, like the latest models of machines. None of them are as gentlemanly as you. If you had seen me at the bank, you might not have given me such an evaluation. Old Wood smiled happily. After exchanging pleasantries, Selina, who was wearing a new dress, led the siblings inside. At times, she would say in a normal voice, Elizabeth has arrived. At other times, she would say to Melissa in a suppressed voice, Your two brothers are more handsome than I imagined. Hey, my hearing is very good, even though you're complimenting me. Klein looked helplessly at the two 16-year-old girls walking side by side in front of him. That's not right. I'm still far from being handsome. Hey, Miss Selina, how ugly did you think of me and Banson previously? One is reserved and gloomy, slovenly, pale, and listless. The other has sparse hair and looks prematurely old? Klein pinched his glabella and diligently practiced his spirit vision. Miss Selina is healthy, excited, and very happy. Mr. Wood Sr. has a small problem with his lungs. Yes, I saw his pipe. Klein scanned the crowd in a good mood. Elizabeth, Melissa is here. At that moment, Selina called out in a brisk tone. A girl in a blue lace dress walked over. She had naturally curly brown hair and cute baby fat. Klein was taken aback for a moment because he knew this girl. He had even helped her choose an amulet at the underground market. Elizabeth first greeted Melissa before looking at Banson and Klein. She stood there in a daze, frowning slightly as though she was thinking about something. Soon, Elizabeth smiled and greeted them politely as though nothing had happened. Klein pretended not to recognize her. Under Old Wood's lead, he came to the sofa in the living room and was introduced to Selina's brother, Chris, and the other guests. Klein couldn't help but feel envious when he saw Banson happily chatting with Chris and the other solicitors using his neighbor, Mr. Shoud. I don't have such social skills. He picked up a glass of aperitif from the table in the corner and listened quietly. From time to time, he would nod and laugh in agreement. Not long after, all the guests arrived and the banquet officially began. As there were too many guests, the Wood family's dining table couldn't handle it. Therefore, the banquet was a buffet. The maids served steaks, roast chicken, fried fish, mashed potatoes, and other food on different tables. The serving men were in charge of cutting them to fit the portions. When Klein saw the elegant glazed plates and silver knives and forks, he couldn't help but be speechless. He felt that the middle-class Wood family was too extravagant. Since they're so rich, why did Chris prepare for the wedding for a few more years? He thought of what his sister had once said. Perhaps it's to accumulate such cutlery that they had to prepare for a few more years. For such a family, dignity is very important. Amidst his thoughts, Klein picked up a porcelain plate, came to the dining table, and forked a piece of roasted meat smeared with honey. At this moment, Elizabeth, who had cute baby fat on her face, came over and looked at the food. She looked at the food and whispered, "So you're Melissa's brother?" "Thank you. Selina really likes the amulet I gave her. She said that she felt healthy the moment she put it on." Selina. Amulet. Klein suddenly recalled the reason the girl beside him had chosen the amulet. It was a birthday present for a friend who liked mysticism. That friend is Selina? Selina likes things in the mystical domain? Klein frowned slightly and smiled politely. That might just be a placebo effect. After saying that, he waited for her to praise Roselle the Great. However, Elizabeth's reaction was one of confusion. What's a placebo effect? It's a purely psychological effect. Sometimes, when we believe that we will become better, we will really become better, Klein roughly explained. No, she said that it's different from the amulets she bought in the past. It feels different, Elizabeth emphasized. She turned her head to glance at Klein and said curiously, "I didn't expect Melissa's brother to be an expert in mysticism. As you know, I'm a history major, so I'm always exposed to such things." Klein changed the topic and asked, "Are you also from Tingen City Technical School?" "No, I used to be classmates with Selina and Melissa. Later, they went to technical school, and I went to the nearby Ivos Public School," Elizabeth explained seriously. Public schools weren't public schools, but schools that accepted students from the public. They had evolved from good grammar schools, and their goal was to nurture graduates who could enter university. The tuition fees were rather expensive, and they would consider the student's family background. Even the typical middle class couldn't afford it. She didn't chat further. After choosing her food, she returned to Selina's side. After congratulating the main character on her birthday, the banquet gradually came to an end. Klein and Banson were invited to join the ranks of Texas Hold'em. The small blind bet was half a penny, and the big blind bet was 1 penny. As for Melissa, Elizabeth, Selina, and the other friends, they went to the second floor. It was unknown if they were chatting or playing other games. Klein's luck wasn't good today. He played more than 20 rounds, but he didn't get a good hand. All he could do was watch and discard his cards, acting as a spectator. He flipped the corner of his card again and realized that it was a 2 of hearts and a 5 of spades. Should I try to bluff him? Klein considered it for a moment, but he still couldn't muster the courage to do so. He resisted the urge to cheat with divination. He covered his cards and knocked on the table, indicating that he wasn't calling. Then, he got up and left the long table for the bathroom. Roselle is also a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He actually found a strange reason to continue naming the game Texas. Klein shook his head as he walked forward. At that moment, he suddenly stopped, and his pupils constricted. Chapter 85. A strange, distorted, and faint fluctuation flashed past. It was so fast that Klein almost suspected that he was hallucinating. If it wasn't for his proficient grasp of spiritual perception, he might have overlooked this anomaly. Thinking of his sister upstairs, Klein frowned. He gripped his cane tightly, circled around the washroom, and turned towards the stairs of the woodhouse. He quickly walked up, and based on his spiritual perception's grasp of the remnant traces, he arrived outside the living room near the balcony. "It should be here," Klein muttered as he raised his hand to tap his glabella twice. Auras penetrated the walls and the wooden door and entered his eyes. Most of them had normal colors, but their outlines were blurry. However, one of them was rippling with a sinister black-green color that was slowly corroding inwards. "There's indeed a problem," Klein's expression turned abnormally serious as he reached out with his right hand to remove the silver chain around his left wrist. He held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally in front of him. When the pendant stopped swaying, he outlined the ball of light and chanted inwardly. The room in front of me contains danger caused by a beyonder. Typically speaking, spirit dowsing was only suitable for divination on matters related to oneself, as well as a small-scale objective situation. Therefore, Klein was rather particular in his description. Danger would cause him to be affected, and the room would be right in front of him. The room in front of me contains danger caused by a beyonder. After repeating this a total of 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a rather fast speed. This meant that there was danger caused by a beyonder in the room, and the level of danger wasn't low. Selina was a mysticism enthusiast. She had brought her friends to play a certain ritual, and something had gone wrong? What should I do? Klein rubbed his brows, wrapped the topaz pendant around himself, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked 3 times rhythmically, a friendly smile plastered on his face. With a creak, the door opened, and Melissa appeared in front of Klein in a new dress. "Klein, what's the matter?" The girl didn't expect her brother to come over and was rather surprised. Klein smiled without a hint of gloom in his voice. "I heard that you were having fun, so I was a little curious. Sorry for disturbing you." Melissa lowered her head in embarrassment and apologized. "We were playing magic mirror divination. Selina knows a lot. It's fun." "Magic mirror divination? Sis, why don't you go play pen spirit and disc spirit?" Klein shook his head in exasperation and amusement. He looked past Melissa and into the living room, where he saw Selina with a bright smile and deep dimples. However, in his spirit vision, the girl with long wine-red hair, who was holding a silver-plated mirror, was being corroded by the sinister blackish green. As his thoughts raced, Klein deliberated over his word. "Hee, I won't disturb your game anymore. Oh right, where's Elizabeth? I was chatting with her about ancient Fasak grammar, and she said that she had questions for me." "Elizabeth?" Melissa looked her brother up and down and emphasized in a strange tone, "She's only 16. Hey, what are you thinking?" Klein immediately explained, "This is a normal academic discussion. Elizabeth is very interested in history and ancient languages." Melissa gave her brother a deep look before saying, "She's inside. I'll get her to come out." "All right." Klein took a step back and left the door. As he watched his sister turn around, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that the person in danger wasn't Melissa. He only waited for about 20 seconds before a confused Elizabeth walked out. She asked in puzzlement, "Mr. Moretti, what's the matter? I never said that I'm interested in history and ancient languages." At that moment, her words were interrupted by Klein's stern and solemn expression. Her entire body tensed up, as though she had smelled something ominous. Klein took a few steps to the side and gestured for Elizabeth to come over from behind the half-closed door. The girl with cute baby fat on her cheeks was affected by the sudden heavy atmosphere and subconsciously followed. "As you know, I'm a mysticism enthusiast." Klein stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said directly. Elizabeth nodded slightly in response. "Yes, I even believe that you're an expert in mysticism." "No, I'm just an enthusiast, but that doesn't stop me from discovering that there's a problem with your magic mirror divination," Klein said with a heavy tone. "A problem?" Elizabeth nearly raised her voice as she hurriedly covered her mouth. Klein thought for a moment and said, "I know it's hard to convince you with words alone. Return to the activity room now, and when Selina isn't paying attention, take a peek at the front of the mirror that she hasn't shown you." "How do you know that she won't show us the front of the mirror?" Elizabeth blurted out. According to the records of the Nighthawks, more than 90% of the cases involving magic mirror divination that involve evil will have similar situations. Klein smiled. "It's common sense. When the puzzled and fearful Elizabeth re-entered the room, his calm smile vanished, and worry was written all over his face. Although it's all in Northborough, it's at least a 15-minute public carriage ride from Fania Street to Zutland Street. By the time the captain and the others arrive, the situation will probably be out of control. If only Banson and Melissa weren't here. But I can't deal with those hidden and unknown existences. Is there a way to temporarily contain it? Right, Selina is a mysticism enthusiast. Her room shouldn't be lacking in extract, essential oils, herbs, and other items. Just as Klein was trying his best to come up with a solution, Elizabeth found an excuse to discuss something and sat beside Selina. Help me divine when I'll meet a romantic, handsome gentleman this time? A girl opposite her drank a mouthful of wine. Under everyone's teasing gazes, she mustered her courage and said with a blushing face. Selina coughed lightly and rubbed the back of the mirror in all seriousness. Mirror, mirror, tell me, when will the gentleman in Unina's heart appear? After repeating herself thrice, she picked up the mirror and brought it in front of herself. Seizing this opportunity, Elizabeth suddenly turned her head to the side and took a glance. According to her expectations, she felt that she would see Selina's face in the mirror. She would see half of her face. However, what she saw was only Selina. There was only Selina in the small mirror, and it was a full-body Selina. It was pitch black in the mirror, and in the middle was a cold-looking Selina. Elizabeth trembled as she suddenly leaned against the back of the sofa, momentarily forgetting to breathe. She couldn't help but tremble. Without bothering to find an excuse, she got up abruptly and stumbled to the door. She didn't dare turn back to look at the beaming Selina. Unina's gentleman will appear on the second Sunday in half a year's time. Amidst the giggles, Elizabeth opened the door and saw Klein in his tuxedo and half-top hat standing in the shadows of the wall lamp. "Mr. Moretti, she stuttered, unable to say a word. Klein calmly laughed. "Don't disturb the young ladies inside." Infected by his smile, Elizabeth calmed down a little. She reached out to close the door and quickly walked to the wall lamp. I saw only Selina in the mirror, the demonic Selina," she said in a low voice. "Indeed?" Klein's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "Do you know where Selina's bedroom is? Do you know where her mysticism items are?" "It's there. The mysticism item is there too." Elizabeth pointed at the room diagonally opposite without hesitation. With his cane in hand, Klein walked over and opened the unlocked wooden door. Under the light of the street lamps and the crimson moonlight in the sky, he opened the valve and lit the gas lamp. In the dim yellow light, he swept his eyes over it. He saw bottles of pure dew, flower essences, boxes of medicinal powders, candles, and talismans. These items were either placed on the desk or neatly arranged on the shelves. They were all labeled with their names. After confirming it, Klein said to Elizabeth, who was behind him, "Don't worry. Do you want to save Selina?" "Yes." Elizabeth subconsciously nodded before asking in a daze, "Is it dangerous?" "There's a certain level of danger. After all, I'm only a mysticism enthusiast," Klein answered frankly. "A certain level of danger." Elizabeth pursed her lips for a few seconds. "What do you need me to do?" Klein smiled warmly and consoled her. "There's no need to be nervous. All you need to do is pretend that nothing has happened and return to the activity room. Return to Selina's side. 5 minutes later, remember, 5 minutes later, use the excuse of giving Selina a surprise and bring her here. Knock on the door gently, 1 long knock and 2 short knocks. After that, yes, leave it to me." Elizabeth silently recalled and nodded solemnly. "All right." As he watched her return to the activity room, Klein glanced at his pocket watch and closed the door to Selina's bedroom. Then, he quickly cleared the desk and placed the items he needed on the chair. Right on the heels of that, he picked up 2 candles with a faint fragrance and placed them on the top left and right corner of the desk. This was the symbol of the Lady of Crimson, the Empress of Calamity and Horror. Klein wanted to hold a ritual here and use the Evernight goddess's power to resist the mysterious and unknown existence that was affecting Selena. As he was only a sequence 9, the ritualistic magic he knew wasn't powerful enough. To succeed, he had to get Elizabeth to lure Selena into the seal circle and into the vicinity of the altar. Therefore, he had to consider the possibility of her noticing and resisting. Chapter 86. So-called interruptive ritualistic magic meant that when a Beyonder was performing a ritual, they could interrupt it according to the situation and complete other matters first. When they were done, they could return to continue and still achieve the desired effect. This was a technique derived from the development of ritualistic magic over 1,000 years. After all, many high-level rituals required many steps. It could take an hour, 2 hours, or even half a day to complete. It was difficult to guarantee that there would be no disturbances or accidents during the process. After the lessons learned through the blood and tears of the ancestors and the feedback of repeated failures, the ability to interrupt ritualistic magic became mainstream at the higher levels. It also indirectly affected the lower levels. However, being able to interrupt didn't mean that it could be interrupted at any time or however one wanted to. One had to follow the mysticism theory and master the corresponding technique. Otherwise, the failure of the ritual was an unavoidable outcome. It might even lead to a terrifying backlash. According to Klein's understanding, when you successfully obtain the attention of a certain deity, and he was waiting for you to say the contents of your prayer, and you suddenly said, "Wait, I'm going to the bathroom." Then, congratulations, you would never need to go to the bathroom again. Phew. Klein exhaled and forced himself to remain calm. Although he had held many luck enhancement rituals and had designed the corresponding procedures for justice and the hanging man to attempt, this was the first time he was using real ritualistic magic that conformed to the rules. Looking at the silver inlaid cane leaning against the side of the bed, Klein picked up the third candle and placed it in the middle of the desk to symbolize himself. Then, he placed Selena's ritual silver bowl in front of the third candle, replacing the cauldron with the sacred emblem. On the left was the extract and essential oil from the moonflower, slumber flower, and other plants. On the right was a plate of salt, a small silver dagger, a piece of fake parchment, and a quill dipped in water. Thankfully, Selena's things were more complete. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete the setup. And old Neil's fast ritual isn't something a seer can do. From the looks of it, Selena is a rather experienced mysticism enthusiast. Yes, if she wasn't, she wouldn't have caused such a disaster. She's only 16, and she's been in this for at least a year. Who introduced her? As Klein's thoughts raced, he picked up Selena's cup from the bedside table, poured some water into it, and placed it beside the coarse salt. He took out his pocket watch, opened it, and glanced at it. Without further delay, he outlined layers of light spheres in his mind and quickly entered meditation. An invisible wind suddenly swirled in the room filled with the fragrance of flowers. Klein, who had already put away his pocket watch, suddenly turned his eyes deep, from brown to black, as if he could see the souls of everyone who was staring at him. He stretched out his palm and pressed it against the candle in the upper right corner. "Evernight Goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson." As he chanted, Klein extended his spirituality and rubbed the candle wick. After a few times, the candle was ignited, and the dim yellow light had a hint of tranquil blue. "Evernight Goddess, you are also the Empress of Misfortune and Horror." Following the same method, Klein successfully lit the second candle in the upper left corner. "I am your loyal guard, your shield against danger in the dark, and your spear against evil in the silence." Ting! The third candle that symbolized Klein began to burn. Under the flickering candlelight, he picked up the silver knife and imitated old Neil's actions. He used the incantation, coarse salt, and water to complete the consecration. Then, he allowed the spirituality he had accumulated to gush out from the tip of the silver dagger, fusing with nature. With the silver knife in hand, Klein walked around the bedroom. He used his knees in place of his feet where the bed was, sealing the area with an invisible barrier. The light from the street lamps outside the window instantly disappeared, but the crimson continued to shine quietly. Klein returned to the desk, picked up a quill, and used his spirituality and ink to draw the incantation and symbols to avert disaster. After doing all of this, he put down the things in his hands and dripped a drop of the bottles of extract, flower essence, and essential oil onto the 3 candles. Sizzle! A faint fog filled the air, adding a sense of mystery to the room. After burning a few more herbs, Klein took a step back amidst the mixed fragrance and chanted the corresponding incantation for interrupted ritualistic magic. Nobler than the starry sky, more eternal than eternity, the Evernight Goddess, I pray for your grace. I pray for your grace, a faithful believer of yours. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the power of misfortune and fear. I pray for your faithful believer, Selina Wood, to be free from the taint of evil, to be free from the clutches of misfortune. I pray for you to wait for a moment, for that unfortunate girl. Moonflower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. Slumber flower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. After chanting the incantation, Klein closed his eyes and repeated it 7 times in his heart. Seeing that there were no abnormalities on the altar, he gripped the silver dagger again and retreated step by step until he reached the door of Selina's bedroom. He tapped his chest 4 times and drew the crimson moon. Then, he turned around and raised the silver dagger. Spirituality spewed out from the tip of the dagger once again, cutting out the shape of a door on the invisible wall. Klein knew that even if he opened the door now, it wouldn't affect the tranquility and holiness of the altar. He took out the silver vine-patterned pocket watch, checked the time, and rehearsed the subsequent process. In the activity room on the 2nd floor, Elizabeth, who was trembling slightly, looked up at the wall clock from time to time, silently counting the time under the glow of the 2 gas lamps. It's about time. As she muttered silently, she turned to look at the lively girl with long burgundy hair. She had deep dimples, a bright smile, and was able to converse well with every friend around her. But the more she was like that, the more terrified Elizabeth felt. The cold and terrifying Selina, in the mirror, seemed to always exist in her mind, and she couldn't forget it. I can't wait any longer. I have to take action. Elizabeth suddenly stood up. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she stammered with a smile, Selina, I have a surprise for you. Come out with me for a while. Really? Didn't you give me a birthday present? Selina held the mirror upside down and stood up with Elizabeth in astonishment. There won't be any surprise. There won't be any sign. Elizabeth felt that she had no talent for acting. She didn't say anything else and walked to the door of the living room. Selina followed behind her with a puzzled smile. Melissa watched her 2 friends leave, and she could not help but frown. Elizabeth is acting weird today. After she met Klein, she found it even stranger. She suddenly ran out just now, saying that she was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, but why did she look so flustered? In front of Selina's bedroom, Elizabeth took a deep breath and said to the girl in front of her, Let's go into your room. Elizabeth, I feel that you're very nervous and scared. Why? Selina looked at her friend in confusion and realized that her body was trembling uncontrollably. Excited, yes, excited. Glancing at the mirror in Selina's hand, Elizabeth turned around and knocked on the door. 1 long knock and 2 short knocks. Why did you knock on the door? Selina was even more confused. Her bedroom door creaked open, and Klein, who was wearing a black tuxedo and half-top hat, appeared in front of the 2 girls. Surprise? This is the surprise? Selina's mouth was agape, her mind in a daze. At that moment, Klein suddenly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into the room. Elizabeth was stunned on the spot. At the same time, Klein pointed his silver dagger and surged with spirituality, quickly mending the door-shaped passageway that he had sliced open. An invisible wall of spirituality sealed the room once again, hiding Selena's screams inside. Bang! Klein slammed the door shut and rushed back to the desk without even looking at Selena. The girl with long burgundy hair stopped screaming, raised her head, and surveyed the room. Her gaze quickly turned cold, and her skin turned pale. Her 10 fingers quickly grew sharp, white fingernails. At that moment, Klein had already returned to his cogitation state. As he dripped a drop of essential oil extracted from moonflower on each of the 3 candles, he chanted loudly, "The exalted Lady of Crimson, the great Empress of misfortune and horror, I pray for your favor. Bless your lost lamb, Selena Wood." Amidst the chanting, he picked up the fake goatskin parchment and placed it near the candle that symbolized the supplicant. Whoosh! He felt the cold wind behind him, and he felt a heavy force coming at him. The goatskin was ignited, and Klein threw it into the silver bowl. He was already prepared to crouch down and avoid the fatal claw. Whoosh! The sound of the wind became abnormally intense, and Klein felt his spirituality surge out like a tidal wave. He couldn't contain it at all. He saw the goatskin in the silver bowl burn into a serene black color, and he heard a heavy object fall to the ground behind him. Thump! Bang! There was almost no gap between the 2 sounds. Wisps of black and green invisible gas entered the small silver bowl and disappeared into the illusory darkness. Klein rolled to the side, got up, and pulled out the revolver from under his armpit. But when he focused his gaze, all he saw was the cute girl with wine-red hair, Selena, collapsing to the ground. The silver-plated mirror had shattered into countless pieces on the carpet. The shards didn't reflect Selena anymore. They were displayed on the ceiling, showing Klein's silhouette. At that moment, Klein, who hadn't deactivated his spirit vision, saw that the sinister black and green in Selena's aura had completely disappeared. Everything had returned to normal, but it appeared much weaker. Phew! Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he felt a stabbing pain in his glabella and in his head. The stabbing pain spread through his entire body, making him want to roll on the ground. Klein clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands protruded. They were completely black, like living maggot. At the same time, he heard a soundless scream, a murmur that tore at his mind. It took him more than 10 seconds to recover, and his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. The ritualistic magic just now drained my spirituality and nearly caused me to lose control of my beyonder powers? Klein made a rough judgment of the situation, and this matter also made him realize that he seemed to have digested quite a bit of the remnant psyche from the potion. This was because if he were to estimate the initial strength after consuming the potion, he felt that he wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have directly collapsed into a monster. The acting method is quite useful after all. Klein tapped his glabella and wiped his sweat. He turned to face the altar, tapped his chest 4 times and said loudly, "Praise the Lady!" Following that, he extinguished the candles and quickly tidied up the altar. After casually placing the items back on the desk, he used his silver dagger to remove the sealed wall of spirituality. Whoosh! The sound of the wind reverberated as the silence receded. Klein heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling a lingering fear from what had just happened. If I hadn't rehearsed the process and successfully completed the ritual, things would have been troublesome. Furthermore, I still don't know who my opponent is or who my enemy is. Fortunately, the room is carpeted, and my rolling didn't damage my clothes. He shook his head and reached out to pull open the wooden door to Selena's bedroom. "How is it?" Elizabeth took 2 steps back and asked nervously. Seeing her fear, Klein took off his half-top hat and smiled warmly. Chapter 87. Is it really over? Elizabeth asked in disbelief. Klein smiled and nodded calmly. Yes. It's not that difficult. That was a lie, he added silently in his heart. Perhaps it was because Klein had been very calm, Or perhaps it was because he was the only hoverboard. Elizabeth no longer had any doubts. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. You are a trustworthy gentleman. I was so scared. How's Selina? Is she all right? She may fall asleep for a few minutes, but there are no other problems. Well, it's normal for her to be weak for 2 to 3 days. At this point, Klein suddenly straightened his face and said solemnly, Who is her mysticism studies teacher? Didn't you tell her about the basic taboos? Elizabeth immediately stood up straight, like a student who had been scolded by a teacher. She pondered. Selina mentioned before that her mysticism teacher is Jonas Vincent. A year ago, she went to the divination club on Howe Street for a divination and got to know this gentleman. Jonas Vincent. On the surface, he's guiding the magic mirror divination, but in secret, he's teaching black divination. If I had known, I would have reported it to the captain earlier and checked his gas meter. Klein felt a little vexed as he asked in a deep voice, Selina's magic mirror divination was also taught by him? To Klein, the thing that scared him the most was that it almost affected his sister, Melissa. Elizabeth nodded cautiously. Yes, but Selina's previous attempts with the magic mirror didn't succeed. She told me today that she peeked at her teacher's secret incantation. There's definitely no problem. Little expert at courting death. Klein pinched the sun acupoint with a headache. Do you remember the spell she chanted? Although Jonas Vincent didn't take the initiative to teach Selina about the dangers, it was obvious that he was trying to do so. It was only a matter of time before something happened to provoke an unknown, hidden existence. It had to be dealt with as soon as possible to prevent the situation from worsening and affecting others. I remember part of it. Elizabeth recalled. She used Hermes in mysticism. As you know, I've only been in contact with it for a short period of time. I only remember the words wandering, heroic spirit, creator, and kin. Creator? The true creator? Many underground mysticism enthusiasts did indeed believe in this ancient existence that was revered by many secret organizations. Yes, an ancient existence that appeared more than 1,000 years ago in the early Fifth Epoch. Klein nodded thoughtfully. When Selina wakes up, remember to ask her about the complete incantation and find a chance to tell me. All right, Elizabeth answered readily. But soon after, she asked doubtfully, Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask her directly? I don't want Melissa to know that I'm interested in mysticism. Can you keep it a secret for me? Klein replied with a question. Elizabeth bit her lower lip and her eyes lit up. No problem. Melissa does prefer machinery over mystery, and rationality over intuition. Klein pressed the hand holding his hat to his left chest and bowed like a gentleman. Thank you for your understanding. As for Selina, you know that she's not a person who keeps secret. A more accurate description would be that she likes to share secrets with others, Elizabeth agreed. Klein wore his hat and thought for a moment. When Selina wakes up, remember to tell her that she suddenly fainted and smashed the mirror. I believe that her memories must have stopped at the time when she first started the magic mirror divination. Seeing Elizabeth nod, he turned serious again. Remember, be it divination or attempting other mysticism knowledge, do not pray to existences other than the 7 deities. If you see any incantation that doesn't belong to that type, immediately burn it and stay away from the provider. If I hadn't discovered it in time today, Selina would have become a monster or an evil spirit in 10 minutes, and no one here would have survived, including me. Thinking of the cold Selina in the mirror, Elizabeth didn't doubt Klein's words at all. She sighed with lingering fear and said, I know. I'll remember that. I'll also monitor Selina. All right, go in and take care of Selina. Klein waved his silver-inlaid black cane and walked towards the staircase. As he walked, his eyes darkened and he looked inward. He took out a penny with his right hand and flicked it into the air. There's no problem with Selina anymore. There's no problem with Selina anymore. Klein quickly repeated the statement and reached out to catch the falling copper coin. He saw that it was George the Third head facing up. This wasn't a simplification of spirit dowsing, but a simplification of dream divination. In that instant, Klein had used cogitation to force himself to sleep and, spiritually, wander the spirit world. The front and back of the coin were symbolic symbols. The head was correct, but the numbers were wrong. Very good, there's no problem. Klein spun the brass coin happily on his fingertip. It was a simplification that only a seer could complete. Elizabeth stared at Klein's back. She saw the flying penny and how he caught it. Only when Klein disappeared down the staircase did she turn around and enter the bedroom. She saw Selina sleeping on the floor with glass shards all around her. She held her breath and tiptoed to look at the mirror shards. She confirmed that there was no longer a cold Selina in it and that it reflected the ceiling. Phew! Elizabeth was completely relieved as she heaved a long sigh of relief. However, she failed to help Selina onto the bed despite trying a few times. Instead, she woke her up. Elizabeth, what happened to me? Am I drunk? Selina asked weakly. Her bright eyes had dimmed and were filled with confusion. Elizabeth thought for a few seconds and replied in an abnormally serious manner. No, Selina. No, Selina, there's a problem with you. Your magic mirror divination has attracted a bad existence. Is that so? With Elizabeth's help, Selina weakly sat on the edge of the bed and massaged Sun's acupoint. I only remember that I just started using the magic mirror divination. Elizabeth said half-truthfully, you seem to have changed into a different person. You were like a completely different person just now. The you in the mirror was even a little different from the real you. I was so scared, so I used the excuse of giving you a surprise, took you into the bedroom, snatched your mirror, and smashed it on the carpet. Then you fainted. Goddess bless you. You're normal now. I don't remember. Selina muttered with a pale face. The more she thought about it, the more her mind went blank and the more afraid she felt. Subconsciously, she looked up at the desk and realized that the arrangement was clearly different from before. What exactly happened? Selina thought hard, but she could only vaguely remember a person wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat. He wasn't strong or tall, but he had a rather straight back. Selina, Elizabeth said solemnly. The last time I went to the underground market to buy an amulet, I met a mysticism expert. He told me that no matter what, I should never pray to an existence other than the 7 deities. Otherwise, I would definitely attract a calamity. Promise me, don't try again. I didn't even know if I could save you just now. Selina was also frightened out of her wits as she hurriedly nodded. No, I'll never try again. Oh, what did the incantation you used during the magic mirror divination mean? If I have the chance to meet that mysticism expert again, I'll help you consult him, Elizabeth said, feigning casualness. Selina rubbed her sun acupoint and thought for a moment. The heroic spirit that lingers, the true creator's kin, the eyes that stares into fate. Tap, tap, tap. As Klein walked down the stairs, he carefully adjusted the creases on his clothes and patted off the dust on them. Then, he took off his half-top hat and slowly returned to the long dining table with his silver-inlaid black cane. Where did you go? It's almost been 10 minutes. Selina's brother, Chris, happened to fold his cards as he turned his head and asked. Klein smiled. The bathroom, then I went to the 2nd floor to meet a few ladies and ladies. I admire your directness, Chris praised. He had red hair and a short stature that had been passed down in his family. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a rather capable bearing. He was an outstanding solicitor. If you knew that I knocked out your sister on the 2nd floor, you definitely wouldn't say that. Klein humbly said, We were just discussing some academic issues. In the field of mysticism, he put down his hat, returned to his seat, and waited for the next round to begin. He had 2 cards up his sleeves. Tilting the corner, He saw a king of spades and an ace of diamonds. My luck has turned for the better. Is this my reward for doing a good deed? Klein took out a copper coin and prepared to place his bet. Since the incantation wasn't revealed to Selina by Hanas, there's no need to be in a rush to inform Captain, he thought. In the subsequent rounds, he maintained a tight hand and only bet when he had a good hand. He didn't try to bluff someone he wasn't confident in. Overall, he didn't win much. By the time it ended at 10:30, he had won 6 pence. I won 2 soldi and 8 pence. Banson played with the notes and pence in his hand. I didn't expect you to be an expert at poker, Klein praised with a smile. No, I don't really play cards, but I know that this is the same as negotiating. I have to hide my cards and see through the other party's cards. Then, I have to use all sorts of methods to scare or lure them. Before Banson could finish his sentence, he saw Melissa and the others come down from the second floor. It's time to go home. Klein glanced at his sister and her friends as he massaged Sun's acupoint. The throbbing pain in his head was still present. Following that, Klein went to the bathroom and, by brushing past her, learned the complete incantation from her. When he returned to his brother and sister, he smiled. Chapter 88. What's the matter? Banson asked in passing. Melissa looked at her brother seriously because she felt that Klein's behavior tonight was equally odd. He was only slightly better than Elizabeth and Selina. Klein had already thought of an excuse as he chuckled. There's a mistake in a certain description of a document, and I've already instructed my colleagues to submit it the moment they arrive at the company tomorrow morning. Therefore, I'll either head over to make changes now, or wake up at least half an hour early tomorrow. Without a doubt, I'll choose the former. I always felt that you weren't focused enough while playing cards, so you were thinking about work. Banson was enlightened as he smiled. No, I apologize. I should have said that playing cards helps me think. All right, we'll wait for you. Melissa retracted her gaze and adjusted the ruffled edges of her goatskin sleeve. As it was long past the operating hours of the public carriages, the siblings had no choice but to hire a rental carriage nearby after bidding farewell. It cost 2 soldi for 45 minutes. I heard that every carriage driver will randomly increase the price, Benson grumbled in a low voice after he paid most of the money he had won with his heart aching. Klein smiled and said, I think it's acceptable. It's almost 11 o'clock. I was just joking. What I'm thinking now is that we can actually do joint hiring. Together with other customers, we can reach many places in 45 minutes, Banson said as he looked out the window at the people who were hiring carriages. I get it. It's carpooling. Klein rubbed the silver-inlaid patterns on the tip of his cane. We don't have a problem, but the other customers do. Banson, haven't you noticed? They are very concerned about their image, and are very concerned about decency. I think this might be a common trait among the middle class. Yes. Banson nodded seriously. The Wood family is more extravagant than I imagined. However, Old Wood's salary is only £4 a week. Decency might be the biggest difference between some middle-class people and curly-haired baboons. Did the curly-haired baboon provoke you? Klein almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Melissa did not join in their discussion. She sat in her seat and glanced at Klein from time to time, making his hair stand on end. The light two-wheeled carriage sped through the quiet and dark streets, arriving at Zutland Street in 12 minutes. Wait for me here for 5 minutes. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, Klein emphasized. He put on his hat, took his cane, and got out of the carriage. The coachman had no problem with waiting, because it was time and not the distance. Walking up the stairs, Klein arrived outside the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door. In less than 10 seconds, the door opened and Leonard Mitchell, in a vest and shirt, appeared before him. You don't have to be on duty tonight, Leonard emphasized in surprise. Klein only needed to be on duty at Cheney's Gate for 1 day a week. The rest of the time, he could still maintain his normal schedule. As for sudden incidents at night, they would be handled by the sleepless who liked the night. But sleeping only 2 to 3 hours a day would cause hair loss and memory loss. Every time he thought of this, Klein could not help but mock Captain Dunsmith. "I have something to report," he said simply. "A mission." Leonard gave up his spot at the door and asked casually. Klein had just entered the reception hall when he saw Dunn walk out in a black trench coat. His gray eyes were as deep as ever. "Captain, I encountered a transcendent incident." "What's the specific situation?" Dunn asked directly. Klein told him everything that had happened and how he handled it. "So, I think there's a need to investigate," Hahn asked Vincent. Back then, he believed that since the evil being invited by the magic mirror divination hadn't caused a tragedy and hadn't given him any warnings of extreme danger, it meant that the other party still needed time and wasn't willing to awaken or control Selena ahead of time. Therefore, as long as he didn't directly expose his motives, the evil being would definitely choose to wait and see. Under such circumstances, it wasn't too difficult for Elizabeth to lure Selena to the bedroom door. "You handled it well. You seized the moment before the evil spirit completely descended and possessed you." Dunn nodded slightly. "Leave the rest of the investigation to us. You can go back and rest." Klein heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "I thought you would make this a mission for me to join the team and let me complete it alone, Captain." From the incantation provided by Elizabeth, Hahn Vincent was definitely dangerous. "That's because you already have a mission to join the team." The casual Leonard chuckled. "What?" Klein jumped in fright. The corners of Dunn's mouth curled up as he explained in a mellow voice. "Around 7 in the evening, we received a case from the police station. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, we received a case from the police station. Initially, it was confirmed that the case was not dangerous or urgent, so we planned to let you complete it alone tomorrow." "All right, don't ask what the case is. Have a good sleep tonight. Move your rest day to Tuesday or Wednesday." "Captain, I won't be able to sleep if you do this. Besides, Monday afternoon is the date of the tarot gathering. Do I have to delay the news for Justice and the Hanging Man?" Klein shook his head with a wry smile and bade farewell. When he reached the stairwell, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the carriage he had hired. He saw Melissa quietly sizing him up through the window. When their eyes met, Melissa turned her head and sat up straight. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he walked into the carriage, as though nothing had happened. Under the crimson moon and pure night sky, the two-wheeled carriage sped through one street after another. Back home, Klein got Banson to take a shower while he went to Melissa's bedroom door and knocked twice. Melissa, who was about to go to the bathroom, opened the door and looked at her brother in confusion. "Melissa, do you have anything to ask?" "I know you do," Klein said directly. "Don't always observe in the dark." Melissa's lips quivered as she furrowed her brows. "Klein, what did you do to Elizabeth? I feel like something's wrong with her." Also, Selena became very strange after that. Klein, who was prepared, returned with a question. "Do you know that Elizabeth and Selena are mysticism enthusiasts?" "I know, but I don't like it. I don't think there's anything in this world that's incomprehensible." Melissa was taken aback as she replied seriously, "Everything we don't understand is because we don't have enough knowledge." "Yes, I think so too," Klein echoed guiltily. "I did think so in the past, until I succeeded in courting death." He coughed lightly and continued, "Mysticism includes Hermes. Mysticism includes Hermes, which is the language used for ancient sacrifices and prayers. Elizabeth knows that I'm good in this field. This is the field of historians, after all, so she asked me about the corresponding pronunciations and their specific meanings." Melissa nodded slightly, accepting her brother's explanation because it matched her understanding of both parties. As for why Elizabeth and Selena became strange later on, I'm not sure of the exact reason. Klein cleared his name and said, "But I can guess." "You can guess?" Melissa blurted out in surprise. Klein stroked his mouth and said, That's right. I'm guessing from what Elizabeth asked me. The Hermes words she mentioned are related to divination and some evil sacrificial target. Did Selina recite the Hermes words when she did the magic mirror divination? He took the initiative to mention this matter so that his sister would be wary of similar things in the future. It would be even better if she could stay away from Selina and Elizabeth. Yes, Melissa replied hesitantly. I think I understand why Elizabeth and Selina are so weird at this moment, Klein deliberately asked. Because Selina's magic mirror divination involves evil and illegal beliefs. After Elizabeth figured out the meaning of Hermes from me, she found an opportunity to rebuke her and correct her mistake? I think so. Melissa had no doubt about this conclusion because she had deduced it herself. Seeing that his persuasion was effective, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. You have to warn Selina more in the future and get her to return to the right path of faith. As he said this, he tapped his breast 4 times in a clerical manner. Yes, I will, Melissa answered firmly. Also, don't tell Elizabeth and Selina about our deductions and what I said. I promised Elizabeth I wouldn't tell you, Klein emphasized. Okay. Melissa nodded lightly. 8 a.m. Monday, Blackthorn Security Company. Klein took off his hat and greeted Roshan and Bright. After chatting about the weather, he entered Captain Dunsmith's office. He pushed open the door and looked up. He was shocked because Dunn's face was rather pale. His gray eyes were slightly turbid and had lost their usual depth. Did something happen, Honas Vincent? Honas Vincent? Klein asked in surprise and concern. Dunn rubbed his forehead, took a sip of coffee, and smiled wryly. He smiled bitterly and said, Honas Vincent is dead. Killed by who? Klein held his cane and sat opposite Dunn. Dunn did not answer directly. He sighed and said, Leonard and I went to look for Honas Vincent last night. As he didn't show any signs of abnormality, and there wasn't anything strange at home, I decided to enter his dream to search for clues. In his dream, Dunn repeated it twice. His eyes unconsciously revealed fear as he said, In his dream, I saw a huge cross that filled the sky. On this cross, there was a naked man nailed by black iron nails. His arms were spread out and his feet were on them. His head was hanging down like a pendant, and his body was covered in bloodstains. When I saw this scene, I fainted and left Honas Vincent's dream. When I woke up, Leonard told me that Honas had died in his sleep. A huge cross, hanging upside down, a man covered in blood. This is similar to the true creator that a few secret organizations believe in, but it's also very different. Klein speculated in puzzlement. The secret organizations that believed in the true creator had only appeared in the past 2 to 3 centuries, such as the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross. But in the past 1,000 years, similar images had never disappeared. Dunn rubbed his forehead again. Chapter 89. Klein nodded and said, All right, but I still don't know what my mission is. A mission that isn't dangerous. At least, there aren't any signs of danger yet. A mission that isn't dangerous. At least, there aren't any signs of danger yet. Dunn emphasized the main point before saying, This is a case that was transferred from the Golden Indus District Police Station. The famous philanthropist, Sir Deweyville, has been subjected to strange harassment for a month. But be it his bodyguards, the security personnel he hired, or the police, none of them have been able to find the culprit. Inspector Tolley, who is in charge of this matter, suspects that it has something to do with beyonder powers, so he handed it over to us. I saw Sir Deweyville in the library and noticed that he was in a bad mood and was mentally weak. So it's because he was harassed. Klein frowned. What kind of harassment? This matter hadn't caused any actual harm, so it couldn't be considered dangerous. Sir Deweyville hears cries and moans every night, no matter where he sleeps. Regardless of whether he's in Tingen or not, it makes his sleep quality very poor. Dunn flipped through the information in his hand and said, He visited a psychiatrist and asked his butler and servants to confirm that it wasn't a hallucination. Therefore, he suspects that someone was harassing him. Closing the document, Dunn looked up at Klein. Change into your probationary inspector uniform in the break room and meet up with Inspector Tolley at the shooting club. He will give you more details. Probationary inspector uniform? Klein subconsciously asked. Dunn rubbed his forehead and smiled. Half of our salary is paid by the police department. The title of probationary inspector doesn't only exist in the files. When you first met me and Leonard, we were also wearing uniforms. This is a perk that every official team member has. Yes, the perk that Roselle the Great mentioned. It's a pity I can't wear it normally. Otherwise, I would have an extra set of clothes to change into. Klein picked up his cane, bowed, and bade farewell before leaving the captain's office. He went to the lounge diagonally opposite and saw a white checkered uniform with a black background and leather boot. The soft hat was inlaid with the coat of arms of 2 crossed swords and a crown, and on the shoulder was an insignia of black and white interlaced with a silver star. This is a probationary inspector? Klein glanced at it and found a string of inconspicuous numbers below the silver stars on the epaulette, 06-254. At present, he had a preliminary understanding of the police hierarchy in the Kingdom of Rouen. He understood that at the top were the Minister of Police and the Chief Police Secretary. Below them were the superintendents, deputy superintendents, and assistant superintendents of the various police departments. In the middle were the superintendents and inspectors, and at the bottom were the sergeants and constables. After closing the door, Klein took off his formal attire and hat and changed into the uniform. After hanging up his clothes, he pushed the door open and entered the office of the clerical staff. He looked at the full-length mirror that Rochon had fought for. The young man in the mirror had black hair and gentle brown eyes. His uniform made him look more heroic than usual. Not bad. Klein happily praised himself. He left his cane in the office, turned around, and walked out of the Blackthorn Security Company. In his pocket, he had plenty of police badges and weapons permit. In the lobby of the shooting club, Klein saw Inspector Tolley because he was the only one wearing a police uniform. Of course, I have to count myself in now, Klein added silently. Inspector Tolley had 2 silver stars on his epaulette. His clothes were propped up by his stomach, and he had a thick brownish-yellow beard. He was tall but not imposing, or perhaps he had been imposing in the past. Moretti? Klein Moretti? Tolley sized him up and greeted him with a smile. Nice to meet you, Inspector Tolley. I don't think you've mistaken me for someone else, Klein replied humorously. He raised his right hand, clasped his fingers, and bowed. Tolley chuckled. I can tell that you're an easygoing young man. I'm relieved. Shall we go to Sir Deweyville's house now? Although his rank was higher than Klein's, there was an obvious hint of inquiry in his tone. No problem. Klein thought for a moment. You can give me the details in the carriage. All right. Tolley stroked his thick brownish-yellow beard and led Klein out of the shooting club. They boarded a carriage parked opposite. The carriage had a coat of arms of 2 crossed swords clustered around a crown. It was driven by a dedicated coachman. Sir Deweyville is a believer of the goddess, so we transferred the case to you, Tolley impatiently informed them the moment he sat down. I know. Sir Deweyville is a frequent guest on the cover of newspapers and magazines, Klein said with a warm smile. Tolley picked up the folder beside him, untied it, and pulled out the documents. As he flipped through them, he said, regardless of whether you understand, I need to give you a detailed introduction. Sir Deweyville is one of the wealthiest people in Tingen. His business started with a lead and porcelain factory, and now it has expanded into steel, coal, shipping, banking, and securities. He's also a great philanthropist praised by the king. He established the Deweyville Charity Foundation, the Deweyville Trust Company, and the Deweyville Library. He was conferred the title of a lord 5 years ago. If he were to run for mayor, I don't think anyone in Tingen would be his match. However, his goal is in Bakeland. He wants to become a member of the House of Lords. We once suspected that his harassment had something to do with this matter, but we couldn't find any clues. Klein nodded slightly. I can't rule out that possibility, but I can't be sure of anything at the moment. Tully didn't dwell on the question and continued. Since the 6th of last month, Sir Deweyville has been hearing scalp-numbing moans of pain every night when he sleeps. It's like the struggles of a dying patient. He checked the surrounding rooms and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. The butler and servants also confirmed that there were indeed similar sounds, but the movements they heard were very soft. In the beginning, Sir Deweyville thought that the matter would pass quickly and didn't pay much attention to it. However, the moans of pain became more and more frequent. They would even appear during the day, and there were also heart-wrenching sobs. This caused Sir Deweyville to suffer from insomnia again and again. He had no choice but to leave Tingen and head to his villa in the countryside. However, it was to no avail. The moans and sobs continued to haunt him. Similarly, even when he headed to Bakeland, the matter didn't subside, but it wasn't as serious as before. He hired security personnel to investigate the surroundings, but they didn't find any clues. Our preliminary investigations were also fruitless. The torture that lasted more than a month pushed Sir Deweyville to the brink of a mental breakdown. He visited a psychiatrist again and again, but to no avail. He told us that if the problem couldn't be resolved within a week, he would move out of Tingen and head to Bakeland. He believed that there would definitely be someone there who could help him. After listening to Tully's description, Klein quickly analyzed the various possibilities. Did he offend a Beyonder and get cursed? That's not right. If it was a curse, the butler and servants wouldn't have heard it. There's a Beyonder with an unknown motive hidden among the servants and bodyguards? But the problem is that no one has made any requests of Sir Deweyville in the past month. Perhaps Sir Deweyville was accidentally tainted by a foul thing like a vengeful spirit? I can't rule out that possibility. As Klein's thoughts ran wild, the carriage entered Golden Indusborough and stopped at Sir Deweyville's door. There was a flourishing garden surrounded by iron railings, a hollowed-out iron door with 2 statues erected on it, a fountain that constantly gushed out and bathed the marble statues, a 2-story house that occupied a huge area, and a road that could fit 3 carriages side by side. Sir Deweyville's house only has 2 stories. The newspaper said that Bakeland is trying to build 10-story apartment buildings. Klein got off the carriage and saw a policeman with 3 V's on his shoulder walk over quickly. He glanced at Klein, raised his hand, and bowed. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning." Klein nodded with a smile. Tully smiled and said, "This is Sergeant Gate. This is Sergeant Gate. You can order him if you need anything. This is Probationary Inspector Moretti, a history and psychology expert from the county police." Tully introduced him to Gate. "I can't afford it." Klein felt ashamed. After exchanging pleasantries, Gate pointed to the 2-story house behind the fountain. "Sir Deweyville is waiting for us." "All right." Klein reached out to touch the revolver by his waist. This was what he could rely on to deal with his enemies at the moment. As he had changed into his police uniform, he could openly place his gun holster by his waist, making it easier for him to draw his weapon. As they spoke, the trio walked along the wide path, circled around the fountain, and arrived outside the main door. At that moment, a servant had already opened the door and was waiting respectfully. Before they entered the house, Klein pretended to adjust his hat, pinched his glabella, and activated his spirit vision. In the bright living room, the square-faced Sir Deweyville was rubbing his forehead. He appeared to be in low spirits. His dark blonde hair and blue eyes were either dry or dim. He looked as though he had aged a full 5 years. "Good morning, Sir Deweyville." Klein, Tully, and Gate bowed in unison. Sir Deweyville stood up and forced a smile in response. "Good morning, officers. I hope you can resolve my troubles. At that moment, Klein narrowed his eyes and frowned. Apart from being in low spirits, he didn't notice anything wrong with Sir Deweyville. That's strange. He thought for a moment and said, Sir, which room did you first hear the moaning in? My bedroom. Sir Deweyville shook his head. Can we take a look? Klein asked. Haven't you checked it a few times already? The middle-aged butler beside him asked with a frown. Clearly, he didn't recognize Klein as the companion of the kind-hearted person who had returned the money he picked up. Klein smiled warmly. That's my colleague, not me. Sir, this is an expert sent by the police. Tully seized the opportunity to introduce him. Deweyville gave the young expert a deep look. All right, Cullen. Bring them to my bedroom. Sir, I hope you can come with us, Klein said seriously. Deweyville hesitated for a few seconds. If this can help solve the problem, as he spoke, he picked up his cane and walked towards the stairs with light steps. Cullen and a few bodyguards crowded around him, ready to support him at any moment. Klein surveyed the area and followed silently but calmly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They arrived on the second floor and entered the master bedroom. Before he could observe his surroundings, Klein's hair stood on end. Chapter 90. Sir Deweyville's bedroom was bigger than Klein's living room and dining room. It was made up of a bed, a living area, a changing area, a bathroom area, a bookshelf, and a desk. The furnishings were exquisite and extravagant. However, Klein felt that the room was dark and the temperature was at least 50% lower than outside. At the same time, he seemed to hear sobs and moans that sounded like they were on their deathbed. Klein was in a daze, but everything returned to normal. Bright sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the entire bedroom. The temperature was neither too high nor too low. The surrounding policemen, bodyguards, and butler were silent. He turned his head to look at the classical and gorgeous bed. He saw pairs of blurry eyes hovering in the shadows, like fearless moths beside a gas lamp. After taking a few steps closer, Klein's spirit vision lost the scene he had just seen. It's not a standard vengeful spirit, much less an evil spirit. What could it be? Klein frowned as he recalled the mysticism knowledge he had recently gained. From his point of view, it wouldn't be difficult to hand the mission to a corpse collector, a gravedigger, or a spirit medium. However, this was clearly not his area of expertise. Resisting the urge to divine the direction of the investigation, Klein slowly looked around, searching for other clues to confirm his guesses. Sir Inspector, Sir Deweyville hesitated, did you discover anything? If it were that easy, I don't think my colleagues would have waited until now, Klein said as he subconsciously glanced at the philanthropist. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw a pale figure reflected in the mirror behind Sir Deweyville. No, it was more like overlapping, twisting white silhouettes. The figure disappeared in a flash, and Klein seemed to hear faint sobs again. Phew! He exhaled, relieving the fear that had nearly made him pull out his gun. With my spiritual perception enhanced and my spirit vision activated, it's only a matter of time before I go crazy from fright. Klein lampooned himself to relieve the tension in his body before casting his gaze back at Sir Deweyville. This time, he saw something different. Pale, distorted shadows flashed around Sir Deweyville from time to time, causing the light in that area to dim slightly. And every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by illusory cries and moans that normal people would find hard to hear. Normal people find it hard to hear? Was it because it was daytime? Klein nodded thoughtfully. He had formed a preliminary judgment of the case. What haunted Sir Deweyville was resentment. It was a remnant of spirituality formed from the most unforgettable emotions a human could have before death. If this kind of resentment and remnant were to accumulate for a period of time and become several times stronger, it would become a terrifying evil spirit. However, Sir Deweyville was a famous philanthropist. Even a person as picky as Banson treated him with great respect. Why would he be plagued by so many death resentment? Duplicity? The means of a beyonder with ill intentions? Klein was puzzled as he speculated about the possibilities. He thought for a moment and looked at Deweyville. Sir, I have a few questions. Please speak. Deweyville sat down, exhausted and weak. Klein organized his words. When you leave this place and go to a new place, such as the countryside or Bakeland, do you get at least a short period of peace for the middle of the night? Then, the situation slowly gets worse and worse, until you can still hear moaning and crying when you sleep during the day? Deweyville's half-closed eyes widened in an instant. His blue eyes glowed brightly. Yes, have you found the root of the matter? Only then did he realize that due to his long-term insomnia and poor mental state, he had forgotten to tell the police such an important clue. Inspector Tolley secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Klein's question had been answered. He knew that the Nighthawks had found a clue. Officer Gate, on the other hand, was surprised and curious. He couldn't help but scrutinize the psychologist, Klein. This is in line with the characteristic of resentment gradually entangling and gathering bit by bit. Klein basically confirmed his answer after receiving the feedback. And now, he had two ways to help Sir Deweyville get rid of his problems. One was to set up an altar around him and use ritualistic magic to completely remove the resentment of death. The other was to use other mysticism methods to find the root of the problem and solve the problem at its root. Considering the rule of not letting ordinary people know of the existence of beyonder powers, Klein decided to try the second method first. If it didn't work, he would pray to the goddess. Sir, you are suffering from a mental illness, a mental problem. He looked at Deweyville and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Sir Deweyville frowned and countered with a question. Are you implying that I'm a mental patient and need to go to a mental asylum? No, it's not that serious. In fact, most people have some sort of mental problem. Klein comforted him. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm a psychologist from the Alwa County Police Department. A psychologist? Deweyville and his butler looked at the familiar face, Inspector Tolley. Tolley nodded solemnly, indicating that it was indeed the case. Okay, then what do I need to do to cooperate with the treatment? Besides, I don't understand why my butler, bodyguard, and servant could hear the cries and moans. Daver gripped his cane with both hands, looking puzzled. Klein answered in a professional manner, That's right. I'll explain it to you afterwards. Please ask your butler, your servants, and your bodyguards to leave. Inspector Tolley, Sergeant Gate, please leave as well. I need a quiet environment for the initial treatment. Heal him with magic. Inspector Tolley silently added as he nodded at Sir Deweyville. Deweyville was silent for a dozen seconds. Cullen, take them to the living room on the second floor. Yes, sir. Butler Cullen did not argue, because the person who made the request was a regular police officer, a probationary inspector, and a psychologist. After watching them leave and close the door, Klein looked at the dark blonde, blue-eyed Deweyville. Sir, please lie on the bed, relax, and try to fall asleep. All right. Deweyville hung his coat and hat on the rack, walked slowly to the bed, and lay down. Klein drew all the curtains, turning the room dark. He took off the pendant and quickly used a spirit pendulum to make a simple judgment. Then, he sat on a rocking chair near the end of the bed, outlined the light sphere, and entered cogitation, allowing the spirituality of the world to appear before him. Right on the heels of that, he leaned back into the chair and fell into a deep sleep, allowing his astral projection to make contact with the outside world. He was using the technique of dream divination, allowing himself to communicate with the vengeful thoughts that plagued Sir Deweyville in a spiritual environment that resembled a dream. Only by communicating could he obtain an answer and resolve the problem. Sob, sob, sob. Sorrowful cries reverberated in Klein's ears as he saw transparent white figures appear around him. Groan, groan, groan. Painful groans sounded as Klein, who had barely regained his ability to think, reached out his right hand and touched one of them. Suddenly, the figures turned into moths flying into a flame as they threw themselves at him one after another. Klein's vision turned blurry as his head felt like it had been split into two. Half of it was calmly examining itself, while the other half saw a mirror. In the mirror was a strong young girl dressed like a worker. She was walking in a dusty factory, her head throbbing with pain. Her vision turned blurry at times, and her body became thinner by the day. She fancied she heard someone calling her Charlotte, and saying that she was suffering from general hysteria. Hysteria? She looked into the mirror and saw a faint blue line on her gums. The camera turned and Klein seemed to see a girl named Mary again. She was also walking in a lead factory, young and lively. Suddenly, one side of her face began to twitch, followed by her arm and leg on the same side. "You're suffering from epilepsy," she heard someone say as her body convulsed. She convulsed and collapsed, becoming more and more intense until she lost consciousness. It was another girl. She was sulking and wandering around the streets like an idiot. She even had a language barrier. Her headache was very bad, her gums had blue lines, and she would twitch from time to time. She met a doctor, who said, "Lafferty, you're affected by lead." The doctor looked at her pitifully, watching her convulse again, several times in a row, watching her eyes lose all light. Images appeared in Klein's mind. Half of him was immersed in them, and the other half was observing calmly. Suddenly, he understood what had happened to these girls. They were female workers who had been exposed to lead white and dust for a long time. They died of lead poisoning. Coincidentally, Sir Deweyville owned a lead factory and 2 ceramic factories. All of them employed relatively cheap female workers. Klein watched everything in silence. He felt that there was only one thing that he had not figured out. Such death vengeance was negligible. Even if it accumulated, it was impossible for it to affect reality or Deweyville. Unless there was a stronger and more persistent resentment that turned them into one. Just then, he saw another girl. The girl was no more than 18 years old, and was glazing porcelain in the factory. "Haley, how have you been recently? Do you feel any headaches? If it's serious, remember to tell me. Sir Deweyville has stipulated that people with severe headaches are not allowed to come into contact with lead. They have to leave the factory," an elderly lady said with concern. Haley touched her forehead and replied with a smile, "That's right. A little bit. It's okay." "Then tell me tomorrow if it's serious," the older woman urged. Haley agreed. When she got home, she pressed her forehead from time to time. She saw her parents and brothers coming back from outside, and saw their faces full of sorrow. "Your father and brother lost their jobs," her mother said, wiping away her tears. Her father and brother lowered their heads and whispered, "We'll find something to do at the docks. But we don't even have money for bread the day after tomorrow. Maybe we have to move to the innermost part of Lower Street." Haley's mother looked at her with red eyes. "When can you get your salary? It's 10 soldi, right?" Haley pinched her forehead again. "Yes, Saturday. Saturday." She didn't say anything else and was as quiet as usual. The next day, she returned to the factory and told her supervisor that her headache was gone. She smiled. Every day, she walked 5 kilometers to work and another 5 kilometers home. She rubbed her head more and more frequently. "Haven't you found a job yet?" Haley looked at the black bread boiling in the soup and couldn't help but ask her father and brother. Her father said in distress, "The economy has been bad recently. Many places are retrenching. Even the docks are working one day and resting the next. They only get 3 soldi and 7 pence a week." Haley sighed and didn't say anything else. She was as quiet as ever, but she hid her suddenly convulsing left hand behind her back. The next day, she walked to work again. The sun was shining brightly, and the number of people on the streets gradually increased. Suddenly, she convulsed. Her entire body was convulsing. She collapsed to the side of the road, foaming at the mouth. She looked at the sky, and her vision began to blur. She saw people coming and going, people approaching, a carriage passing by, and the white dove coat of arms of the Deweyville family spreading its wings. She tried her best to open her mouth, but no sound came out. Therefore, she didn't say anything and was as quiet as usual. Chapter 91. The scene began to distort, turn illusory, and disappear. Klein left the dreamlike experience as his vision adjusted to the darkness of the bedroom. He knew that his brother, Banson, earned £1 for 10 soldi, which was equivalent to 30 soldi a week. According to the standards of a normal commoner, it was tough for him and Melissa to raise them. He believed that most workers earned 20 soldi a week. He had heard Melissa mention before that in the lower streets of Iron Cross Street, there were families of 5, 7, or even 10 people living in the same room. He learned from Banson that in the past few months, the kingdom's economy had been in a slump due to the situation in the southern continent. He also learned that maids who did chores, including food and lodging, earned 3 soldi, 6 pence, to 6 soldi a week. Klein reached out and pinched his glabella. He didn't speak for a long time until Sir Deweyville, who was lying in bed, spoke. "Officer, aren't you going to say something? The psychiatrist I hired in the past would chat with me in such an environment and ask me questions. However, I do feel peaceful. I was about to fall asleep, but I didn't hear any moans or cries." "How did you do it?" Klein leaned against the back of the rocking chair and answered with a question instead of an answer. "Sir, do you know about lead poisoning? Do you know about the dangers of lead?" Deweyville, who was lying on the bed, was silent for a few seconds before he said, "I didn't know in the past, but I found out later. Are you saying that my psychological problem, or rather my mental illness, is due to guilt? Guilt towards those female lead workers and glaze workers?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, he continued like how he always did when he had the initiative in a negotiation. "Yes, I did feel guilty in the past, but I have long compensated them. In my lead factory and porcelain factory, every worker's salary is much higher than in similar places. In Bakeland, the female lead workers and glaze workers don't earn more than 8 soldi a week, but I pay them 10 soldi, or even more. Many people blame me for making them lose their morals and making it difficult for them to recruit workers. If it weren't for the repeal of the Corn Act, many farmers would have gone bankrupt and moved to the city. They would have had to follow my lead and raise their salaries. I also told the supervisor of the factory to tell the workers who have multiple headaches and blurred vision to leave the places where they can come into contact with lead. If they are seriously ill, they can also apply for help from my charity fund. I think I've done enough." Klein's tone didn't change at all. "Sometimes, sir, you can never imagine the importance of a wage to a poor man. Even a week or two of unemployment can cause irreversible and tragic damage to his family." He paused for a moment before asking, "I'm very curious. Since you're so kind, why didn't you add anti-dust and lead poisoning equipment to the factory?" Deweyville looked at the ceiling and laughed bitterly. "That will make my cost unacceptably high, and I can't compete with other lead and porcelain factories at all. I don't care too much about the income in this aspect anymore, and I'm even willing to subsidize some of the money. But what's the point of always doing this? This can only help a small number of workers. It can't become the standard of the industry and drive them to make changes. This will turn into me purely spending money to support people. I've heard that some factories even secretly use slaves in order to save costs." Klein crossed his hands and remained silent for a moment. "Sir, your psychological problems stem from the accumulation of guilt, even though you think that it has already faded and disappeared. Originally, this shouldn't have had any obvious effects, but something triggered you, igniting all the problems in an instant, all of them." "Something triggered me? I didn't know of such a thing," Deweyville said with doubt and certainty. Klein allowed his body to sway gently with the rocking chair as he calmly explained, "You just slept for a few minutes. You actually fell asleep for a few minutes just now and you told me something. Hypnosis treatment? Deweyville habitually made guesses and came to a conclusion. Klein didn't give a direct answer. He directly said, "You once saw a female worker who died on the way to work in a carriage. She passed away due to lead poisoning, and she was glazing your porcelain." Deweyville rubbed his son acupoints and muttered with uncertainty, "There seems to be such a thing. But I can't remember it clearly." Prolonged insomnia had left him in a poor mental state. He could vaguely recall seeing such a scene. He thought for a moment and stopped squeezing his poor brain. Instead, he asked, "What's the female worker's name?" What I mean is, what should I do to treat my psychological problems?" Klein answered in a low and concise manner. "Two things. First, the female worker's name is Haley Walker. That's what you told me. She was the most direct trigger, so you need to find her parents and give them more compensation. Second, publicize the dangers of lead in newspapers and magazines. Let your charity fund help more workers who have been harmed. If you can become a member of the House of Lords, push for legislation in this regard." Deweyville slowly sat up and laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'll do the other things, but legislation? I don't think it's possible because there are still foreign competitors. Legislation will only cause the kingdom's industries to fall into an overall crisis. They will go bankrupt one after another, and a large number of workers will lose their jobs. The Poor Relief Association won't be able to save that many people." He unhurriedly got off the bed and adjusted his collar. He looked at Klein. "Haley Walker, right? I'll immediately get Cullen to get her information from the porcelain factory and get her parents here. Officer, please wait with me and constantly assess my mental state." "All right." Klein slowly stood up and patted his black and white checkered police uniform. 11 in the morning, in the living room on the first floor of Deweyville's house. Klein, who had been silent all this while, sat on a single-seater sofa as he silently watched a man and a woman being led in by butler Cullen. The two guests had rough skin and wrinkles on their faces. The man's back was slightly hunched, while the woman had a mole on her eyelid. They basically matched what Klein had seen through Haley, but they were older and more haggard. They were so thin that one could almost see their bones. Their clothes were old and tattered. It was said that they couldn't even live in Lower Street of Iron Cross Street. Woo, in Klein's spiritual perception, a cold wind began to swirl. He pinched his glabella and turned his gaze to Sir Deweyville. He saw that a pale, transparent, and distorted figure had appeared behind him at some point in time. "Good morning, Honorable Sir," Haley's parents said in an abnormally reserved manner as they bowed. Deweyville rubbed his forehead and asked, "Are you Haley Walker's parents? Doesn't she have a brother and a 2-year-old sister?" Haley's mother answered fearfully, Her brother broke his leg at the harbor some time ago. We got him to stay at home to take care of his sister." Deweyville fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. "I express my deep sympathy for Haley's misfortune." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Haley's parents reddened. They opened their mouths and said in a jumble of words, "Thank you. Thank you for your kind intentions. The police told us that Haley died from lead poisoning. That should be the word, right? Oh, my poor child. She was only 17. She was always very quiet and stubborn. You sent someone to visit her and paid for her burial. She was buried in Raphael Cemetery." Deweyville glanced at Klein and changed his sitting posture. He leaned forward and said with a heavy tone, "This is our negligence. This is actually our negligence. I need to apologize. I've considered it. I need to compensate you and Haley. Her weekly salary is 10 soldi, right? That's 540 soldi a year. Yes, £27. Let's assume that she can work for at least another 10 years. Cullen, give £300 to Haley's parents." £3,300? Haley's father and mother were stunned. They didn't even have more than £1 when they were at their most prosperous. It wasn't only them. The bodyguards and servants in the living room had looks of shock and envy. Even Sheriff Gate couldn't help but let his breathing turn heavy. His weekly salary was only £2, while a constable with only a V under him was only £1. Amidst an indescribable silence, Butler Cullen came out of the study with a bulging cloth bag in his hand. He opened the cloth bag, revealing stacks of notes inside. There were notes of £1 and £5, but most of them were notes of 1 solely and 5 solely. It was obvious that Deweyville had gotten someone to exchange for change from the bank ahead of time. This is a token of Sir's goodwill. After receiving his master's approval, Cullen handed the cloth bag to Haley's parent. Haley's parents took it, rubbed their eyes, and read it over and over again. "No, this is too generous. We shouldn't accept it," they said as they gripped the cloth bag tightly. Deweyville said in a deep voice, "This is for Haley. This is what Haley should have gotten. Why, you are truly a noble and benevolent sir." Haley's parents bowed repeatedly in excitement. A smile appeared on their faces, a smile that they couldn't contain. They praised Sir Deweyville over and over again, they repeated the few adjectives they knew, and they said again and again that Haley would be grateful to him in heaven. "Cullen, get someone to send them back." "Yes, send them to the bank first." Deweyville heaved a sigh of relief and instructed his butler. Haley's parents hugged the cloth bag tightly and quickly walked to the door, not daring to stay any longer. Klein saw the white, translucent figure behind Sir Deweyville attempt to reach out to them, attempting to leave with them, but they smiled abnormally brightly and didn't turn back. The figure became fainter and fainter, and soon it completely disappeared. And from Klein's senses, the coldness in the living room returned to normal. From beginning to end, he only watched in silence without giving any opinion. "Officer, I feel much better. Can you tell me now why my butler, servants, and bodyguards can also hear crying and moaning? Shouldn't this be a psychological problem unique to me?" Deweyville looked over curiously. Inspector Tolley, who knew what was going on, instantly turned nervous. Klein answered without any expression, "In psychology, it's a case of hysteria. In psychology we call this phenomenon mass hysteria." Chapter 92. Mass hysteria? Sir Deweyville, who had interacted with many psychiatrists recently, ruminated over the term Klein had given him. His butler, bodyguards, and servants didn't make a sound without his permission, no matter how curious they were. Instead, it was Sergeant Gate who looked at Klein with a puzzled expression, as though he had never heard of such a concept before. Klein controlled his habit of tapping the sofa's armrest and explained in a soothing voice, "Humans are creatures that are easily deceived by their own senses. Humans are creatures that are easily deceived by their own senses. Group hysteria is a psychological problem caused by mental tension and other factors affecting each other in the same group." His string of professional terms left Sir Deweyville, Sergeant Gate, and the others confused. They subconsciously chose to believe him. "Let me give you a simple example. This is a case I once handled. A gentleman held a banquet and invited a total of 35 guests. During the banquet, he suddenly felt nauseous and vomited on the spot. It was followed by severe diarrhea. Once, twice, thrice. He began to believe that he was suffering from food poisoning. As he headed to the hospital, he shared his guess with his guest. In the next 2 hours, more than 30 of the 35 guests had diarrhea and 26 vomited. They filled the emergency ward of the hospital. The doctors conducted a detailed examination and comparison and concluded that the gentleman wasn't poisoned. The cause was gastrointestinal inflammation caused by the change in the weather and the ice-cold alcohol. What was most surprising was that none of the guests who came to the hospital were poisoned. In fact, none of them were really sick. This is mass hysteria. Deweyville nodded slightly and exclaimed, "I understand now. Humans are indeed prone to deceiving themselves. It's no wonder Roselle the Great said that a lie repeated 100 times would become the truth." "Sergeant, how should I address you? You are the most professional psychiatrist I've ever seen. Inspector Moretti. Klein pointed at his epaulette. Sir, your problem has been resolved. You can try to sleep now and let me confirm if there are any other problems. If you can have a good dream, please allow us to bid you farewell and not wait for you to wake up. All right. Deweyville rubbed his forehead, picked up his cane, and walked up the stairs to his bedroom. Half an hour later, the carriage with the police coat of arms left the fountain in front of Lord Deweyville's door. When Sergeant Gate got out of the car and returned to his station, Inspector Tolley looked at Klein and said half-jokingly and half-complimented, "Mr. I actually thought you were a real psychologist." He didn't finish his sentence because he saw that the young man in the black and white checkered uniform didn't show any expression. His eyes were dark and deep, and the corners of his mouth barely curled up. "I've only come into contact with some before." Inspector Toller was silent until the carriage stopped outside 36, Zutland Street. "Thank you for helping Sir Deweyville get rid of his troubles and regain his sleep." He extended his hand and shook Klein's. "Thank done for me." Klein nodded slightly. "All right." He walked up the stairs and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He knocked on the door and entered the captain's office. "Is it done?" Dunn was waiting for his lunch. "It's done." Klein rubbed his forehead and said simply and truthfully, "The root of the problem lies in the lead and porcelain factories under Sir Deweyville's name. Ever since they were established, there have been too many deaths from lead poisoning. And every incident would result in Sir Deweyville receiving a bit of lingering spirituality that turned into resentment. Typically speaking, this wouldn't cause too much of a problem. At most, it would cause people to have nightmares. Dunn had dealt with similar cases before and was rather experienced. Klein nodded slightly. Yes, that was how things were supposed to go, but unfortunately, Sir Deweyville met a female worker with lead poisoning on the street. She happened to collapse by the side of the road and happened to see the Deweyville family coat of arms. At the same time, she felt a strong sense of indignation, worry, and desire. Only when Sir Deweyville gave her parents, brother, and sister a sum of £300 did these emotions dissipate. This is a societal problem. In this era of steam and machinery, it's not uncommon. Dunn took out his pipe and took a whiff. He sighed and said, "Because the workers who make the flax will wet the materials and themselves, they will generally suffer from bronchitis and joint diseases. In a factory with heavy dust, even if there isn't any poisoning, it will still accumulate into lung problems. We don't have to talk about this. With the development of the kingdom, I believe that these problems will be solved. Klein, tonight, let's find a restaurant to celebrate you becoming an official member?" Klein thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow night, Captain." "Tomorrow night. Captain, I've used my spirit vision for too long today, and I've also used dream divination to directly communicate with those vengeful spirits. I feel very tired. I wish to go home in the afternoon and have a good rest. Is that okay?" "Yes, I'll go to the Divination Club at 4 or 5 to observe the members' reactions to Honas Vincent's sudden death." "No problem. That's only right." Dunn chuckled. "Then let's do it tomorrow night at the Old Wayville restaurant. I'll get Roshan to reserve a table." Klein stood up with his police cap and bowed. "Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow." Dunn raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute. Did you just say that Sir Deweyville gave that female worker's parents a sum of £300 as compensation?" "Yes." Klein nodded and understood why the captain stopped him. "You're worried that they'll meet with misfortune because of this sum of money?" Dunn sighed. "I've seen such things happen many times. Give me their addresses. I'll get Kenley to arrange for them to leave Tingen and move to another city to start a new life." "All right," Klein replied in a deep voice. After doing all this, he left Dunn's room and entered the lounge diagonally opposite. He changed into his formal attire and left his police uniform in his wardrobe. Riding the public carriage, Klein silently returned to Daffodil Street. He took off his coat and hat, found the leftovers from the previous night, heated them up, and ate the last piece of oatmeal bread to fill his stomach. Then, he climbed up to the second floor, hung up his clothes, and collapsed onto the bed. When he woke up, his pocket watch showed that it was already 2:10 in the afternoon. The sun was high in the sky, its rays shining through the clouds. In the brilliant golden light, Klein stood beside the study table and looked out the oriel window. He watched the pedestrians in old and tattered clothes as they entered or left Iron Cross Street. Phew! He slowly exhaled, finally shaking off his gloominess. One had to take things one step at a time. One had to advance through the sequence. Everything had to be like this. He shook his head and sat down. He began to summarize and sort out his encounters from last week. He repeated the key points he had memorized so as to prevent himself from forgetting or missing anything. 2:55 p.m. Above the blurry, boundless, grayish-white and empty mist, a majestic temple stood tall, and an ancient, mottled bronze table was quietly placed on it. On the high-backed chair at the head of the long table, there was already a man shrouded in a thick gray fog. Klein leaned back in his chair and silently pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he extended his hand and tapped the crimson star that symbolized justice and the hanging man. Bakeland, Empressboro. Audrey lifted the hem of her dress and walked lightly to her bedroom. Suddenly, she sensed something. She turned her head and looked into the shadows of the balcony. As expected, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, quietly sitting and watching. Audrey sighed silently and drew a crimson moon on her chest. Then, she leaned over and looked down at the golden retriever. "Susie, that's not right. You're peeping. A spectator should watch openly from their own position." The golden retriever looked up at her master and wagged her tail cooperatively. After a few nagging words, Audrey did not dare to delay any further. She returned to her bedroom. In the few seconds between opening and closing the door, she suddenly had a strange thought. "I wonder if Mr. Fool can let Susie enter that mysterious space. That way, we'll have 4 members in the tarot, and they'll all be Beyonders. No, Susie doesn't even know how to speak. If she were to express her opinions and exchange ideas, what would happen? Woof woof woof? Awoo? Awoo? Pooey, why am I barking like a dog here? Just imagining such a scene is very strange. A dog suddenly barking in a mysterious and serious gathering. Mr. Fool will definitely kick us out of the tarot." Audrey locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed. She took out an old yellowish-brown piece of paper from under her pillow. She read it a few times and began to enter the state of a spectator. Somewhere in the Sonia Sea, the ancient sailboat that was pursuing the listener had already left the Rorstad archipelago. Navigator Alger Wilson was worried that there would be an error with the mechanical wall clock, so he entered the captain's cabin half an hour ahead of time to prevent his subordinates from seeing anything unexpected. In front of him was a glass of almost transparent liquor, and the rich fragrance seeped into his nostrils. Thinking of the gathering that was about to begin, the endless gray fog that appeared in front of him in the hotel corridor, and the mysterious fool sitting in the middle of the fog, Alger trembled slightly again. He picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp, using the burning sensation in his throat to ease the feelings in his heart. Soon, he regained his composure. He was still as calm and steady as ever. Chapter 93. Above the gray fog, huge stone pillars propped up a magnificent temple. 2 dark red blobs suddenly appeared beside the ancient and mottled bronze table. They stretched into illusory figures. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey, who seemed to have a hazy effect, bowed and smiled. "It's a pity that there's no good wine here. Otherwise, I would be able to toast to your successful attempt." She was referring to the matter of ritualistic magic. "Your strength far exceeds our imagination," Alger Wilson praised as well. Klein's body was still shrouded in an extremely thick gray fog. He pressed his right hand down and spoke as though he was answering an ordinary question. "Very good. This shows that we are on a fruitful path. In the future, if you have something on and can't leave on Monday afternoon, hold the ritual ahead of time and inform me. Yes, you just need to change the contents of the incantation, such as pray for a sweet dream, to a specific reason. All right. Audrey nodded her head briskly. Mr. Fool, I've obtained another page of Roselle the Great's diary. I should still be missing a page. This week, I've been far from land, so I haven't been able to find a new one. Alger pressed his right hand to his chest and bent forward to express his apology. Don't worry about it. This matter is destined to take a long time. Klein leaned back in his chair and tapped his index finger on the armrest. He looked at Miss Justice and said, "You can express the diary now." Audrey bowed slightly. "By your will." She picked up the fountain pen that suddenly appeared on the table and carefully recalled the runes that she had forcefully memorized and expressed the will she wanted to express. In just a few seconds, she saw that the goatskin in front of her was filled with dense, neat, and orderly content. After checking it, she put down the fountain pen and said, "It's done." Klein gently raised his hand, and the goatskin suddenly appeared in his palm. His gaze moved down and he began reading without any emotions. 9th July. I suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the sequence pathways are also known as the grace of God, the pathway of God, why is the slate that records the complete 22 sequence pathways called the blasphemy slate? Blasphemy, what a loaded term! Who exactly has it blasphemed? And who created the blasphemy slate? Why can they grasp all the sequence pathways? What else is recorded on it? I really want to take a look. July 12th. Today I learned a fact. Sealed artifacts are an important part of the Church's strength, even if some of them are extremely dangerous. Among the 7 churches, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship has the fewest sealed artifacts, so the relative danger is also the lowest. Did I join an organization with no future? No, I should think of it this way. Only a piece of paper is good for drawing. A weak organization is best. July 14th. I saw that mysterious Mr. Zeratul again. He's actually the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order. Upon reading this, Klein's pupils constricted, and he nearly had an abnormal reaction. In the information of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Zeratul family only had a certain relationship with the Secret Order. But when it came to Roselle the Great, the mysterious Mr. Zeratul was further proven to be the leader of the Secret Order. From the looks of it, the Secret Order's grasp of the seer sequence pathway is unquestionable. As Klein was reading the diary, Audrey looked up and habitually began observing. However, her line of sight, her gaze, was completely blocked by the thick gray fog. After a moment of shock, Audrey suddenly snapped out of her daze and turned her head in panic, looking at the illusory crimson stars. I was too rash, too bold, and too foolish to actually want to observe Mr. Fool. Thankfully, he isn't angry. Audrey secretly stuck out her tongue and pretended to be enjoying the scenery leisurely. All she was missing was a lively tune. Alger sat there in silence, staring straight at the surface of the long bronze table, as though he was facing a real deity. Klein reined in his thoughts and swept his gaze to the end of the diary. After learning that I became a savant, Mr. Zeratul said that I had chosen a path that was destined to be dangerous but relatively safe in the early stages. When I asked why, he only smiled and said that the secrets hidden in the sequence pathways were much more than I imagined. I couldn't help but ask him which sequence pathway it was, and he told me that his sequence was sequence 9. It's a seer. I deliberately said sarcastically, "Don't tell me that every seer hides half of what they say and never explains things clearly? Furthermore, he's clearly a high sequence beyonder, so there's no need for him to act as a seer." That Mr. Zeratul said that this was a habit he had developed since he was a seer, and that it was the only way to pique my curiosity and get me to cooperate with him. He hoped that I could help him steal a dangerous sealed artifact from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. It was a relic of the Antigonus family. Clearly, this matter would only be possible after I became a core member of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. I also asked Mr. Zeradel how long it would take to digest the potion using the acting method, and what criteria he used to measure it. He told me that at low sequence beyonders, as long as one acts strictly, it wouldn't take more than half a year to digest the potion. The fastest would even take a month. And the criteria for measuring it was very simple. Once it was completely digested, every beyonder would immediately experience it. If it was, then it was. If it wasn't, then it wasn't. I continued to ask for details and specifics, but he smiled without saying a word. K smiling without saying a word. When I become a high-sequence beyonder, I'll beat up every seer I see. Emperor, rest in peace. Klein read it a few times before casting his gaze back at Justice and the hanging man. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's our honor. Audrey was still in a state of shock. How could she still remember that she was a spectator? She looked at the hanging man and organized her words. Where can I find psychological alchemy? Psychological alchemy. Klein suddenly recalled the gentleman who had bought the supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion in Tingen City's underground market. Perhaps he's a member of psychological alchemy? Just as Klein was considering how to approach him, the hanging man, Alger Wilson, shook his head and said, Miss Justice, firstly, I don't know any clues. Secondly, I don't think there's a need for you to be in such a hurry to find psychological alchemy. Your current focus should be on digesting the spectator potion. Audrey quickly glanced at the fool. Seeing that he had no intention of adding anything, she nodded in disappointment. I only wish to have ample time to prepare and interact with them more naturally. All right, then when can I digest the spectator potion and end my acting? Is there any standard for judgment? I don't experience any irritability or hearing ravings anymore. The hanging man, Alger, glanced at the fool in the gray fog. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he deliberated and said, If you don't use the acting method, the general principle is to wait for at least 3 years. If I don't use the acting method, the general principle is to wait for at least 3 years. After confirming that there are no symptoms of mania, auditory hallucinations, or visual hallucinations, I'll use a simple method to determine it, which is to exhaust myself to the limit. In this state, if I still don't hear any crazy whispers or see anything strange, it means that I can advance. As for the acting method, I've only just come into contact with it. It feels good, so it shouldn't take 3 years. That's as good as not saying anything. 3 years is too long. Audrey lampooned inwardly. Just as she had that thought, she suddenly heard a light knocking sound. Audrey was stunned at first, but she was immediately delighted. She turned her head and saw the fool tapping on the edge of the long table. Alger sat even more upright, waiting for the fool to speak. Klein's tone was normal as he said, 4 low-sequence beyonders, as long as you act strictly, you can completely digest it in half a year. It's not impossible for you to do it in a month. He looked at Justice and added, It's a sign of complete digestion. When the time comes, you will naturally understand without needing anyone to teach you. A month. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Audrey's joy was beyond words. Miss Justice, don't think that you're the chosen one. The point is that it'll take half a year. Klein raised his right hand and placed it by his mouth. Half a year. Alger repeated softly. From his tone, Audrey acutely sensed joy, relief, and strong doubts. What's he doubting? Audrey said thoughtfully, Mr. Fool, do you have any plans to add new members? Klein relaxed and leaned back. He had already prepared a reply. In the beginning, it was just an experiment. There weren't many considerations. But now, as a regular gathering, the members have to be strictly selected. Secrecy is our aim. Audrey nodded slightly. In other words, there needs to be observation, recommendation, and assessment procedures. Yes, procedures. You're not wrong to understand it that way, Klein gave an affirmative answer. He was thinking about how to ask the secret order about the clown potion and the secret order. How should I ask in a way that matches my identity? Klein fell into a dilemma. At this moment, seeing that Justice didn't have anything else to do, Alger took the initiative to speak. I heard that a listener from the Aurora Order is searching for traces of the true Creator, which is also the holy sanctuary that they promote. The true Creator? Audrey asked in puzzlement. That's an ancient existence that many mysterious organizations and sects believe in. They believe that the Creator isn't completely dead, and that his remnant core is the true Creator. Alger gave a rough explanation. Since the fifth epoch, the true Creator has appeared in many forms, such as the hanging giant, the eye behind the shadow curtain. Many people believe that when Roselle the Great invented the tarot cards, he referred to the image of the true Creator, which resulted in the card the Hanging Man. Having said that, he looked at Klein. There's nothing wrong with what I said, right, Mr. Fool? Is this a test of my opinion of the true Creator? Klein recalled the bloody naked man nailed to a cross in Captain Hannas Vincent's dream, and he immediately had an idea. Be it hanging upside down or shadows, don't they all have an evil aura? Hence, he chuckled. I prefer to call him the Fallen Creator. Chapter 94. The Fallen Creator. Fallen. The hanging man. Alger ruminated over the fool's words as if he was deep in thought. But in his heart, what echoed was the other party's relaxed, natural, and nonchalant attitude. That was a kind of equal attitude. If not for the previous ritual, Alger might have thought that the fool was just bluffing, using the means of elevating himself to shock himself and Justice. But now, he would rather believe that even if the fool wasn't as good as the true Creator, he was at least close to that level. It's dangerous, but also an opportunity. Alger muttered silently before saying with a smile, Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. According to our observations, any Beyonder who believes in the true Creator, no, the fallen Creator, has a higher percentage of people losing control than normal. The rest are mostly lunatics. This is also mentioned in the Nighthawk's internal information, and the so-called lunatics don't mean that they've lost their rationality, but that their worldview has become abnormally distorted. Klein maintained his sitting posture and didn't respond to the hanging man's words. He was still considering how to ask the secret order and the clown potion, but he couldn't find a way that matched his identity. Unfortunately, this place is still fundamentally different from online dating platforms. Otherwise, I could create a SMUF account to join and be in charge of asking questions that are inconvenient for me to ask. Maybe one day I'll learn something similar to mirror magic, and I can give it a try. For example, making half of the members be my SMUF account. There are 22 chairs here, and 22 tarot cards. It corresponds perfectly, but when I wanted a temple, I didn't call myself the Fool, nor did I think of building a tarot. This symbolizes the 22 sequence pathways? I wanted a shrine, so a shrine appeared. I wanted a SMUF, so would a SMUF appear, seeing that the fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, didn't speak again. Audrey sighed and said curiously, It sounds terrifying. That sounds terrifying. Well, Mr. Hanged Man, can you tell me in detail about the various mysterious organizations and sects? It's difficult for me to come into contact with these things in my daily life, so I can only learn about them through you. I'll pay you. What do you want? Good question. Miss Justice, you've taken on the responsibility of my SMUF account to a certain extent. This way, the hanging man will definitely mention the secret order. You're the best sidekick. Klein perked up when he heard that, but he didn't let his emotions show through his expression or actions. Alger thought and said, I need a sum of money. I need a sum of money, 1,000 pounds. It's best if it's unnumbered banknotes or freshly mined gems. I'll calculate it according to the monthly average price of the Backlund jewelry market. £1,000? That's a huge sum of money, and it's enough to buy a house in Tingen. It's not just anyone, but captain is captain is captain. Lady or single, £1,000 is captain, thousand captain, man and captain man also captain is could even if captain is captain doesn't also, captain means and captain of captain, of captain, even captain is, captain's only hey hells, in captain is of captain. For a single lady or lady, £2,000 is enough for her to live a decent life for the rest of her life. A stable annual income of £2,000 would be around £100. £1,000? Audrey blurted out in surprise before replying in a light and cheerful tone, "No problem. Should I send it to the previous address?" From Miss Justice's tone, she seems to think it's very cheap? Klein didn't let his gaze shift over. Alger remained silent for more than 20 seconds before saying, "Yes. Send it to the Warrior and the Sea Bar, Pelican Street, Pritz Harbor's White Rose Borough. Give it to the boss, Williams. Tell him that the captain wants it." "All right." Audrey leaned back slightly and posed as a spectator. "Mr. the Hanging Man, you may begin." Alger glanced at the fool, deliberated for a moment and slowly said, "Let's start with the Moses Ascetic Order. It's the earliest secret organization. Of course, many people believe that the earliest secret organizations should be the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of Mother Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat. These people must be members of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom," Audrey retorted sullenly. "The Church of the Goddess is the earliest secret organization?" This was the first time Klein had heard of such a theory. What exactly happened in the fourth epoch or the third epoch? Alger smiled and said, "These truths have long been buried in ancient history. The only thing that can be confirmed is that no one has ever said that the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were once secret organizations. All right, let's save time and get back to the topic at hand. The Moses Ascetic Order was first established by a few humans who saw the blasphemy slate. They believed in an impersonal deity known as the Hidden Sage. This is described as a deity, but it's closer to a concept, a natural law. For example, all things are numeric, and the Hidden Sage is the embodiment of numeric. For example, knowledge is supreme, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. Therefore, in the early days, the Moses Ascetic Order was a very respected organization. They had a good relationship with the various churches. The members of this organization use ascetic cultivation to resist losing control and resolve the remnant effects of the potion. They also strictly keep it a secret and adhere to morality and precept. They believe that people will constantly reincarnate after death. The sequence 9 they control is called Mystery Prior. The term warlock also came from this organization. Audrey savored the description of the hanging man and asked sharply, "You said that the Moses Ascetic Order was a very respected organization in the early days. Are they not now?" Alger nodded indiscernibly. "Yes, they have already degenerated into an evil organization. Why? I think their concept is very good. It's very normal." Audrey expressed her puzzlement. This was also what puzzled Klein. The information he had access to with his security clearance did not record the reason for the Moses Ascetic Order's degeneration. Alger looked at the unfathomable and silent fool and tersely acknowledged, "I'm not sure of the true reason. It might have been completely covered by the dust of history, but I know a shocking explanation. In that explanation, the main reason for the Moses Ascetic Order's degeneration is that the God they believe in, which is the Hidden Sage, came alive. He became a personified evil god. Came alive? How? How did he come back to life?" Audrey asked in an inconceivable and incomprehensible tone. She had unknowingly exited her spectator state. It's just like a ghost story. Furthermore, that ghost is a deity. Klein's heart stirred up a storm. I'm sorry, but no one knows the answer. Alger had wanted to casually say, perhaps Mr. Fool knows, but he resisted the urge. This was because he had already been on the brink of danger once today. Chapter 5, verse 7 of the Book of Storms had a sentence that was still fresh in Alger's memory. Do not test God. Audrey restrained her emotions and did not pursue the matter. She gestured for him to continue. Klein maintained his sitting posture and maintained his silence. He verified the contents of the hanged man's description with what he knew. In the end, he realized that there were 4 points that he needed to pay attention to. First, the Demonist sect was also known as the Demonist family in the 4th epoch. Back then, they had few members and relied on bloodline reproduction to maintain themselves. Furthermore, they would kill the fathers of their children and abandon the baby boys. Therefore, all the members were women. Of course, this is what Alger said. There's no way to verify whether it's true or not. Second, the charismatic order, which believes in death, and the Rose School, which likes bloody sacrifices, both originated from the southern continent. After the colonial era, they were nearly wiped out by the Seven Gods Church, but as a result they spread to the northern continent. Third, the psychological alchemy is similar to the early Moses ascetic order. They believe in an impersonal existence and believe that the human spirit can transform everything. Fourth, the secret order is the organization with the lowest activity frequency among all the secret organizations. Therefore, they are the least understood by others. Every time they appear, they seem to be pursuing something or searching for something. Pursuing what? Searching for what? Klein suddenly thought of the diary he had just read. The leader of the secret order, Zeratul, was working with Roselle in order to obtain a relic of the Antigonus family. And their appearance this time is to retrieve the lost notebook, the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein narrowed his eyes, feeling as though he had grasped the core of the secret order's actions. They are after the relic of the Antigonus family. Klein resisted the urge to tap the edge of the table as thoughts ran through his mind. They are searching for traces of the Antigonus family? If I want to obtain the clown potion formula from the secret order, this is where I need to start? After exchanging information, Klein announced the end of the gathering. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood up at the same time. After severing the connection and seeing their figures shatter and vanish, Klein rubbed his glabella and attempted to imagine a smurf account. Just as he had this thought, he saw a figure appear at the bottom of the long bronze table. The figure was wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat. Its expression was blank and its actions were stiff. Even with the illusory gray fog enveloping it, it was obvious that something was wrong with it. This won't do. Klein experimented a few more times before sighing and giving up on the idea of creating a smurf account. He tried other things before continuing to sit above the gray fog, at the head of the long bronze table. He considered what Audrey had said before casting his gaze curiously at the illusory, crimson stars. After a moment of silence, Klein began to respond to the prayers instead of establishing a connection to the stars. Amidst the silence and tranquility, he didn't obtain any information from the dozen or so crimson stars nearby. Only by establishing a connection and pulling the person above the gray fog can I respond? Klein nodded in thought, feeling a little disappointed. He didn't wish to go against the wishes of others and forcefully pull them into this mysterious space. Klein began preparing to leave, but out of habit, he came into contact with a nearby illusory star. At that moment, he suddenly felt a weak and inconspicuous prayer in the crimson. Chapter 95. Prayer. Klein's mind jolted. Using the method he had used to spy on the hanging man, he allowed his spirituality to spread out and touch the crimson blob. A blurry and distorted scene immediately appeared in front of him. He could vaguely see a brownish-haired youth kneeling on the ground, facing a pure crystal ball. The youth was wearing tight black clothes that were completely different from the fashion trends in the kingdom of Ruan. It was also very different from the traditional clothes of the Fasak Empire, the Republic of Intis, and other foreign countries that Klein had seen in magazines. His surroundings were dark, and the tables and chairs were old. From time to time they would be illuminated by light, but Klein couldn't hear the rumbling of thunder or the dripping of rain. In the scene, the youth's hands were clasped against his forehead. His body was bowed forward, and he was constantly praying for something. His thick voice buzzed in Klein's ears. Klein listened attentively, but he discovered an awkward fact. He couldn't understand what the youth was saying. It was a language he had never come into contact with before. As the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, I actually don't know a foreign language. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Indignantly, he carefully tried to distinguish it for a while. He was even more serious than when he was taking an English listening test. As he listened, he gradually realized a problem. Although the youth's language wasn't one of the languages he had learned, it was very close to ancient Fasak. There were signs of similarities. Father, mother. These two words should mean this, right? It's very similar to ancient Fasak, but there are certain differences. Klein frowned and fell into deep thought. Ancient Fasak is the common language of humans in the Fourth Epoch. It's the source of all modern languages, and it's also gradually changing. I have no way of confirming it now. He listened again and again, and from the grammatical structure, he eliminated contemporary languages like Ruan, Fasak, and Intis. Is it a variation of ancient Fasak in its long history? Like the words written in the Antigonus family's notebook? Klein rapped his fingers on the edge of the long bronze table and nodded indiscernibly. There's another possibility. Ancient Fasak didn't appear out of thin air. It evolved from the language of the giants. The Fasak Empire in the north has always claimed that its citizens have the blood of the giants. This might be the language of the giants from ancient times. At this point, Klein, who lacked knowledge, could only pause and retract his spirituality. He no longer watched or listened. He didn't plan on immediately pulling the praying youth up above the gray fog. He wanted to figure out what he was talking about first. Of course, before that, he would often observe and perform basic tests. Phew! Klein exhaled and leaned back in the magnificent temple of gray mist. He wrapped his spirituality around himself and simulated the feeling of falling. After reviewing Roselle's diary, Klein changed into his formal attire and headed for the divination club. He still chose to take the public carriage despite having his salary doubled. However, he extravagantly attended to Mrs. Wendy's business and spent 1.5 pence to buy a cup of sweet iced tea to ward off the afternoon heat. When he arrived at Howe Street, Klein threw the paper cup into the trash can and walked to the second floor. Before entering, he pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision ahead of time. Just as he stepped into the reception hall, Klein immediately felt a faint sense of sorrow. The beautiful receptionist, Angelica, sat there. Her gaze was unfocused, and there was a hint of redness in her eyes. Sorrow will eventually pass. Klein came in front of Angelica and said gently and calmly. Angelica suddenly looked up and muttered in a daze, "Mr. Moretti." Soon, she snapped out of her daze and asked in surprise, "Why, you know about Mr. Vincent?" "Ah, right. I forgot that you're an outstanding fortune-teller." "Ah, right. I forgot that you're an outstanding fortune-teller." Klein went along with her and sighed. "I can only divine a vague situation. What exactly happened to Mr. Vincent?" "Boss told us that Mr. Vincent suffered a heart attack in his sleep and passed away peacefully." As Angelica spoke, she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. "He was a kind, polite, and true gentleman. He was the spiritual mentor of many members. He was still so young. I'm sorry for making you even sadder." Klein didn't console her further as he slowly walked to the meeting room. Angelica took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes and nose. Then, she looked at Klein's back and raised her voice. "Mr. Moretti, what would you like to drink?" "Black tea." Compared to coffee, Klein preferred it, even though he didn't think much of it. In comparison, he preferred ginger beer and sweet iced tea. However, as a gentleman, he shouldn't act like a child in a formal setting. Because it was Monday, there were only 5 or 6 members in the meeting room. In Klein's spirit vision, they all had different emotions. Some were truly sad, some were slightly gloomy, and some seemed to be unaffected. It's all very normal, a normal reaction. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He held his cane and found a random spot. Just as he was about to deactivate his spirit vision, he saw Angelica enter and walk towards him. "Mr. Moretti, there's a customer looking for you." "Oh, it's the one from last time," the beautiful lady said with a suppressed voice. "You still remember him?" Klein asked with a smile. "Yes, I wonder if that man bought the magical medicine according to my instructions. I wonder if he still needs surgery." Angelica pursed her lip. "He's the only person who's willing to wait an afternoon at the club." Klein held his cane, stood up, and walked out without a word. In the reception hall, he saw the man who had come for his divination previously. He also saw that the aura around his liver had returned to normal. His overall coordination was the same. "Congratulations. The taste of health is wonderful." Klein smiled as he extended his hand. Bogda was taken aback at first before he reached out with both hands and grabbed Klein's right palm. "Mr. Moretti, you can indeed see my condition." "Yes, I've recovered. The doctor has asked me again and again, checked me again and again, but he still can't believe that I've recovered just like that." As he listened to Bogda's ecstatic recount, Klein calmly confirmed one thing. The apothecary from Lawson Folk Herb Store was definitely a beyonder. He had seen the severity of the man's liver disease with his own eyes. For him to be cured in a few days had already exceeded the limits of herbal medicine and medical skills. Only a beyonder could explain it. Coupled with Glassy's matter, there was only one answer left. "I want to repent to God. I actually doubted you, doubted that magical apothecary." Bogda refused to let go of Klein's hand as he nagged on to express his shame and gratitude. "That £10 was well spent. It bought my life back." "What? £10? You spent £10 for the magical medicine? And the divination fee you gave me was only 8 pence. Only 8 pence, 8 pence. Klein nearly froze when he heard that. At that moment, Bogda released his hands and took a step back with a beaming smile. He bowed respectfully. "I'm here today to express my gratitude. Thank you, Master Moretti. You pointed me in the right direction and saved my life. This is the result you paid for the divination. There's no need to thank anyone." Klein raised his head slightly and looked at the boundary between the wall and the ceiling in a melancholy manner. He answered in the manner of a charlatan. "You are a true seer," Bogda praised. "I'll be heading to Vlad Street to thank that apothecary and buy the medicine he recommended." "Haven't you already recovered?" Klein hid his surprise very well. Bogda surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that the beautiful receptionist wasn't paying attention to him, he chuckled. "That's an herb with mummy powder added. It can be brewed into medicine that both men and women will be satisfied with. I didn't believe that apothecary in the past, but now I have no doubt." "There's such a medicine?" For a moment Klein felt that the apothecary was a cheat. He suspected that he had pushed the gentleman in front of him into a pit of fire. He scrutinized Bogda a few times and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the color of his aura. "Mummy powder?" Klein cautiously grabbed onto a word and asked. "Yes, mummy powder. I've asked a friend. He said that the nobles of Bakeland have been frantically pursuing this item. This powder ground from mummies allows a man to perform perfectly in bed. Although it's disgusting and sounds filthy, it's truly made for nobles." Bogda explained in detail, his eyes filled with urgency. Mummies? Mummies made from corpses? Powder ground from them? Klein was flabbergasted and nearly vomited at Bogda. Those nobles sure know how to play. Just as he was about to dissuade him, Glassy, who had a lung disease, happened to enter the shop and heard the rest of Bogda's description. Yes, it's very effective. I recommend you to go to Lawson's Folk Herb Pharmacy on Vlad Street. Mr. Lawson's secret formula is very effective. Glassy took off his monocle and leaned over with interest. He lowered his voice and recommended, "My experience was very, very, very perfect." "You know about it too?" "I was just about to go to Mr. Lawson's Folk Herb Pharmacy." Bogda was completely relieved. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he eagerly left the divination club. As for Klein, he was still in a daze. At 5:20 in the afternoon, he put on his half-top hat, picked up his silver-inlaid black cane, and took a car to Vlad Street. He planned to secretly observe the apothecary named Lawson Darkwaide before deciding if he should report it to the captain. 18 Vlad Street. Klein stood outside the herb shop and saw that the door was tightly shut and that there was a sale notice pasted on it. Very vigilant, he muttered to himself. This way, he wouldn't need to be placed in a difficult position or observe. Chapter 96. The next morning, a fully recovered Klein walked into the Blackthorn Security Company with steady step. "Good morning, Klein. The weather today is very cool. I'm looking forward to the feast tonight." Roshan, who was wearing a light green dress, stood behind the reception desk and greeted him with a smile. Klein deliberately rubbed his belly. "Miss Roshan, you shouldn't be discussing such topics at this time. I'm starting to get tired of today's pending mission. I only wish that night would come earlier." "Me too." Roshan chuckled. She looked around and gestured for Klein to come closer. Then she suppressed her voice and said, she lowered her voice and said, "I saw Madame Daly just now." "Spirit medium Daly?" Klein asked in surprise. The most famous spirit medium in Alwa County had always lived in Mat Harbor, which wasn't too close to Tingen. "Yes." Roshan nodded vigorously. "But she has already left. Ah, she is the ideal beyonder in my heart. If I could become a spirit medium, I would leave Tingen and travel the world alone. I would go to Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, the southern continent, the plains, the primeval forests, and the snowy plains. Miss, understand the rules and regulations of the Nighthawks." Klein shook his head in amusement. "Even if it's Madame Daly, if she wants to leave in Matport, she needs to apply and get permission." "I know, but you can't remind me at this time and shatter my fantasies," Roseanne said angrily. "In fact, it's impossible for me to become a beyonder. It's too dangerous. I don't know when I'll die. In my opinion, the so-called beyonders turn themselves into monsters in order to fight them. Archbishop Chanis once said that we are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness." Klein sighed as he answered the words that left a deep impression on him. In order to fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss. The two fell silent for a moment. Roshan was the first to recover. She gestured towards the partition. "Captain wants you to look for him as soon as you arrive." "Okay." Klein took his hat and cane, passed through the partition, knocked on the door, and entered Dunn's office. The middle-aged gentleman with deep gray eyes and a high hairline put down his coffee cup and smiled. "Daly was here." "It's not surprising because Roshan told me about it in advance," Klein replied with a smile. Dunn didn't mind his humor. He sighed and said, "Daly has been transferred to the Bakelin diocese. That's the most prosperous and crowded city in the world. It also has the most beyonders and opportunities. She has a higher chance of becoming an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon than me." "Why?" Klein sat up straight and asked in confusion. Dunn pondered for more than 10 seconds. "She has a unique talent when it comes to grasping and excavating sequence potions. I previously told you that the internal rules of the Nighthawks are that if you want to consume the potion of the next sequence, you have to wait 3 years and undergo a strict examination to prevent losing control. But normally, 3 years isn't enough. I used 3 years to go from sleepless to midnight poet, and 9 years to go from midnight poet to nightmare. A total of 9 years. And from nightmare to sequence 6, I've already spent 3 years. I have no idea how many more years I'll need. When our bodies grow old and our spirits begin to decline, even if we manage to overcome the hidden dangers, we shouldn't attempt to advance anymore, because the risk of losing control is so high that no one is willing to take the risk. As for Daly and I, we are different from most Beyonders. After she became a corpse collector, she submitted a special application a year later, hoping to immediately consume the subsequent potion. To everyone's surprise, she successfully passed the more stringent examination and obtained the Gravedigger potion. She only took a year to go from Gravedigger to Spirit Medium. This is only her 5th year as a Beyonder. She's only 24 years old. She's still young enough and has plenty of opportunities. On the surface, she's the most famous spirit medium in Alwa County, but in fact, she's a real spirit medium. Isn't this acting? Old Neil seems to have mentioned that M. Daly has similar tendencies. Klein felt that he had grasped the core factor behind Daly's rapid advancement as a spirit medium. Captain, you're still young enough. You're only in your 30s. Klein consoled Dunn, and added inwardly, "It's just that your memory is a little bad." Dunn drank a mouthful of coffee and shook his head with a wry smile. "Why don't you ask M. Daly for advice on how to grasp and excavate the sequence potion?" Klein deliberately asked. Dunn put down his coffee cup and rubbed his eyebrows. "She wants me to become a real nightmare. I don't know what that means. Acting as a nightmare. Man, a nightmare makes me feel evil." Klein frowned slightly and fell silent for a moment. At this moment, Dunn took out his pipe and took a whiff. "I discussed with Daly that the seer potion's follow-up is clown. Without considering the possibility of the secret order deliberately deceiving you, she raised an interesting guess." "What guess?" Klein's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. He had once used divination to verify if clown was the follow-up potion for seer, and he had obtained a vague answer that was closer to a definite direction. Dunn's deep gray eyes glanced at him as he said in thought, "Normal sequence pathways have a progressive relationship. Normal sequence pathways have a progressive relationship. They follow a common point and advance in a domain. For example, sleepless, midnight poet, and nightmare. Clearly, they are related to the evernight, as well as the sleep and tranquility derived from the evernight. I can imagine that it will be the same in the future, but it will be more powerful and involve a wider range of factors. There might be elements like concealment, disaster, horror, and the crimson moon. Some sequence pathways don't appear to be like that on the surface, but upon careful analysis, one can still discover similarities. For example, assassin and instigator. The similarities they share are that they bring calamity, pain, sorrow, and despair to others. The later sequences should also conform to this pattern. Klein listened attentively and took the initiative to ask, "But the seer and clown don't have such a relationship?" "Yes." Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Daly believes that there might be another sequence pathway that has a relationship. After all, we don't know enough." He paused for a moment before continuing. Daly said that in a similar pathway, the low and mid-sequence potions will provide the Beyonder with a brand new ability that doesn't seem to have anything to do with the one before. At a certain stage of qualitative change, these abilities will mix together and evolve into an abnormally powerful job that includes them. In other words, it's not progressive, but a relationship of decomposition and combination. Seeing that Klein was a little confused, Dunn raised his right hand and said, "Normal sequence pathways are progressive. The normal sequence pathway is progressive, just like everyone's body. Starting from a young age, they grow taller bit by bit, becoming stronger, heavier, and more mature. And special sequence pathways are like this. Upon saying this, Dunn curled his thumb. This is sequence 9. Then, he curled his index finger. This is sequence 8. Following that, he slowly curled his remaining fingers one by one. Each finger is independent of each other. It doesn't seem to be related, but in the end, when he said the word, in the end, Dunn's 5 fingers were all curled into a hard fist. I understand. Klein was enlightened, agreeing with M. Daly's guess and the captain's analogy. Maybe that's really the case? He nodded thoughtfully. Sequence 8 Clown is completely different from Sequence 9 Seer. It has a brand new ability, and according to the Nighthawk's internal information, the corresponding Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 Clown don't have any similarities. After a moment of silence, Klein pressed curiously. At what stage will different abilities combine and undergo a qualitative change? Dunn took a sip of his coffee and chuckled. Daly and I guessed that it's Sequence 4. Why? Klein blurted out. Because according to the Church's classification of sequence pathways, Sequence 4 is the starting point for a high sequence. It is said that it will bring about a qualitative change in one's life and mind. In ancient times, in the 4th epoch, Sequence 4 Beyonders were qualified to be called demigods. Unfortunately, in modern times, such Beyonders are very, very rare, Dunn said wistfully. Sequence 4 to Sequence 1 are high sequence Beyonders. Then what are the low sequences? Klein asked with interest. Sequence 9, Sequence 8, and Sequence 7 were low sequences 1,000 years ago, but in recent centuries, the scarcity of Beyonders has caused the various churches to view Sequence 7 as a medium sequence. Dunn gave a self-deprecating laugh. Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 are low sequences, Sequence 7, Sequence 6, and Sequence 5 are medium sequences, and Sequence 4 and above are high sequences. Klein repeated it in his heart, unable to help but feel a little yearning. Roselle the Great is a high sequence Beyonder. However, the higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control. Klein thought with fear. He pretended to ask another question casually. What's the name of the Sequence 4 potion of the Church of the Goddess? In fact, I'm not sure. My security clearance doesn't allow me to access the corresponding information. I'll only be able to read it when I become a diocese bishop or a Nighthawk deacon. Dunn shook his head and said with a smile, in fact, at least half of the 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons at the top of the church are below Sequence 4. Yes, what I said is more optimistic. The previously wanted archbishop, in Zangwill, lost control after failing to advance to Sequence 4. The one who took away sealed artifact 0-08? His potion's name seems to be Gatekeeper. Klein thought for a moment and probed. Is Sequence 5 of the Sleepless Pathway Gatekeeper? No, that's the Spirit Medium pathway. When you reach Sequence 7 and become a bishop or a captain of a Nighthawk team, you'll be able to see the corresponding information. Gatekeeper is a Sequence 5 of the Spirit Medium pathway? Does it mean that he's guarding the gates to hell? Or is he guarding the gates to the spirit world? Klein thought with some guesses. All right, go look for old Neil and continue your studies. Dunn smiled and said, don't forget about the feast tonight. It's at Old Will Restaurant. I've already made a reservation. This time, I'll officially introduce you to the other Nighthawks. All right, I've already prepared the cash. Klein forced the corners of his mouth to curl up. No, there's no need. Have you forgotten that we have an additional allowance? It's for you to complete the mission, Dunn said with a wave of his hand. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he said with a beaming smile, All right, Captain. He turned around and walked to the door as he began to count in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Captain didn't stop me. Klein counted 1 for a long time and was surprised to find that Captain Dunn Smith hadn't forgotten something that needed to be added. Miracle, he silently evaluated in his heart. In the armory, Old Neil glanced at the happy Klein and said, "Don't think about the feast tonight. Don't think about tonight's feast. You still have many things to learn, such as more ritualistic magic, ancient Hermes, draconic, elvish, and so on. By the way, you have to practice combat with teacher for at least 2 hours every afternoon, apart from your rest days." Combat? Captain didn't mention it just now. Klein was shocked. Old Neil nodded and answered without hesitation. Chapter 97. 2:00 in the afternoon, in the suburbs of Northborough, outside a quaint 2-story house that had been in disrepair for years. Klein, who was dressed in a probationary inspector's uniform, looked at the overgrown garden and the walls that were covered in plants. He turned his head in surprise and said, "My martial arts teacher lives here? A Grand Master of Combat chosen by the Nighthawks must be outstanding." Leonard Mitchell, who had led him over, chuckled and said, "Don't underestimate Mr. Gawain because of his living environment. Don't underestimate Mr. Gawain just because of his living environment. Although he didn't get a title in the end, he was still a real knight." Having said that, the Nighthawk, who was casually dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots, suddenly felt melancholy. He was active in the last glorious era of the knights. Those warriors wearing chest armor would charge at the guns and cannons in a frenzy, destroying their opponents and flattening the front lines. Unfortunately, they soon ushered in the invention and production of high-pressure steam rifles and 6-barreled machine guns. From then on, knights gradually retired from the stage. Mr. Gawain was the same. More than 20 years ago, the Awa Knights he was in encountered the most advanced army of the Republic of Intis. Sigh, every time I think of this, I feel like I've touched the dust of history. I'm shocked by the vicissitudes and fate that can't be reversed. There's a poem brewing in my heart, but I don't know how to write poetry. Then why are you saying so much? Klein pretended not to hear Leonard's self-deprecation and suggested in a serious manner. He suggested seriously, "My university classmate told me that writing poetry is something that requires a lot of talent. It's best to start by reading Rowan's early classical poems." Leonard's mood changed on a whim as he replied in a relaxed and cheerful manner, "I've already bought this poetry collection, as well as other books like Rozelle's selected poems. I will work hard to become a midnight poet, Mr. Sear." "Is he hinting at acting?" Klein replied as if he didn't understand. "Then you still need books on grammar. All right, let's go in." Leonard reached out and pushed open the half-closed iron gate. He walked along a path wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side towards the house. Before he got close, Klein saw the front door open, and a tall man walked out. His blonde hair was very short, and there were already signs of white at his temples. The skin on his face had traces of weathering, and the wrinkles on his forehead, crow's feet and wrinkles on his forehead were deep and obvious. "What are you doing here?" the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. "Mr. Gawain, according to the contract you signed with the police department, this probationary inspector will learn combat from you," explained Leonard with a smile. "Combat? There is no need to learn how to fight in this era." Gawain looked at Klein with his slightly cloudy eyes and said lifelessly, "You should practice drawing and shooting and master the most advanced weapons." Was he traumatized by the 6-barreled machine gun and the high-pressure steam rifle? Klein did not respond rashly. He turned his head to look at Leonard, amused. For the police, fighting is still a subject that must be mastered. Most of the criminals we face aren't demons that must be executed immediately. They might not even have weapons. At times like this, fighting skills are needed, Leonard said as if he was prepared. Gawain was silent for more than 10 seconds with a gloomy face. "Try throwing a punch." He was talking to Klein. Without his cane, Klein recalled the boxing matches he had watched in his previous life. He raised his arm and swung it forward. The corner of Gawain's mouth twitched indiscernibly. He thought for a moment and said, "Kick." Turning his body sideways, Klein tightened his thigh and lashed out with his right leg. Ahem! Gawain covered his mouth with his hand and coughed lightly. He looked at Leonard and said, "I will abide by the contract. But with his situation, he only needs to come 4 times a week for 3 hours for the first month. You're the combat expert. You decide." Leonard nodded without hesitation and said to Klein with a smile, "See you at dinner." After he walked out of the metal fence, Klein asked curiously, "Teacher, where should I start?" "Teacher, where should I start?" As a qualified keyboard warrior, he knew that footwork in combat was also very important. Gawaine's hands hung by his sides as he shook his head lethargically. Gawaine's hands hung by his sides as he shook his head lethargically. "What you need most right now is strength training. Do you see that? There are 2 iron dumbbells. They will be your companions for today. In addition, you also need to practice squats, running, and rope skipping. We'll do it in group." While Klein was in a daze, he suddenly raised his voice and asked majestically, "Understood? Understood." At this moment, Klein felt as if he had returned to military training, facing an unreasonable instructor. "Go change your clothes first. There's a knight's training suit on the couch." Gawain suddenly sighed. He turned around with his hands behind his back and walked toward the pair of black dumbbells. 6:00 in the evening, a corner of the Old Will restaurant. Other than Fry, who was on duty at Cheney's Gate, all the members of the Blackthorn Security Company were present. There were 6 Nighthawks and 5 civilian staff. A white tablecloth was spread quietly on the long table. The waiters brought in plate after plate of food. They cut the food before serving it to each guest. Klein saw a steak with black pepper sauce, bacon, sausage with mashed potatoes, custard, aloe vera, specialty cheese, and amber champagne. However, he had no appetite. He nearly vomited from the afternoon's training. Glancing at the pale and unfocused new Nighthawk, Dunn raised the glass of red wine in front of him and smiled. "Let us welcome our new official member, Klein Moretti. Cheers." The cold and reserved black-haired lady, Royale Redine, the short and capable sleepless Kenley White, the unkempt man, Leonard Mitchell, and the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet, Sikatron, all raised their glasses and looked at their new teammate. Klein endured the lingering discomfort from the training, picked up the amber-colored champagne, and stood up. He stood up and said, "Thank you." He clinked glasses with each Nighthawk and downed the remaining champagne. "Isn't our Miss Author going to say something at a time like this?" Dunn looked at Sikatron with a smile. Sikatron was a lady in her 30s. Her looks were rather ordinary, but she had an outstanding temperament. She was quiet and serene, and with her rare long white hair, she had a unique charm. Klein had heard from old Neil that this midnight poet was an amateur fiction enthusiast. She had attempted to submit articles to newspapers and magazines, but only a few of them had been accepted. Sika smiled and glanced at Dunn. "In order for you to address me as Miss Author to become a reality, Captain, I think you should give me a special fee so that I can publish my own novels." Dunn spread his hands and smiled. "You should learn from old Neil and find a more suitable reason. In this aspect, I'm most impressed by Mr. Neil." Roshan swallowed a piece of roasted lamb and chimed in. As the group chatted, Leonard glanced at Klein and chuckled. "You're too tired and have no appetite. Can't eat?" "Yes." Klein sighed. "If you haven't touched it, I can help." Leonard looked as though he didn't want to waste food. Klein didn't mind at all and nodded. "No problem." Just like that, most of the food in front of him was eaten by Leonard and company. At the end of dinner, the waiters served beef pudding and ice cream. Klein took a bite of the latter and found it cold and sweet. It was especially appetizing. Unknowingly, he finished his blueberry juice ice cream. And because of this, he began to feel hunger in his heart and stomach. It was the body's desire to replenish itself after expending a lot of energy. Swallowing his saliva, Klein looked in front of him and saw that the plates were a mess. There were almost no leftovers. At that moment Dunn suggested, "Let's end it here. Let's have one last toast to Klein." Before he could finish his sentence, Klein blurted out, "That's right. "Captain, can I have another serving of dinner?" Upon hearing this request, everyone fell silent for a moment before they laughed softly. "Ha ha, you've finally recovered. No problem, even 2 more will do." Dunn shook his head and laughed. While waiting anxiously and impatiently, Klein heard his stomach growl. Finally, a piece of steak with black pepper sauce that had just been fried was served. The knife and fork danced in the air. Klein, who was on the verge of tears, only took a minute and a half to finish the medium-well food. The fragrance of meat and juice lingered in his mouth. After an unknown period of time, he looked at the empty plates and exhaled in satisfaction. He put down his knife and fork and drank a mouthful of champagne. "Waiter, the bill." Dunn turned to the waiter beside him. The waiter first went to the front desk before returning with the bill. He explained in detail. "That's right." He explained in detail. "You've opened a total of 5 bottles of Desi champagne. Each bottle is 12 soldi and 3 pence. A small glass of Southville red wine is 10 pence. Each black pepper steak is 1 soldi and 2 pence. Each beef pudding is 6 pence, and each ice cream is 1 soldi. That's a total of £5, 9 soldi and 6 pence. £5, 9 soldi and 6 pence? That's almost a week's salary. A restaurant is indeed much more expensive than eating at home." Klein was left speechless when he heard that. He was very glad that the captain had said that he didn't need to treat. He had a small treasury and additional funds. He did some careful calculations and realized that the most expensive part of the dinner was the alcohol. Just 5 bottles of champagne cost more than £3. This is no different from Earth. Klein secretly rubbed his stomach and forced himself to finish the last mouthful of champagne. The next morning, Klein groggily felt his lower abdomen bloating. He turned around in an attempt to get out of bed. Just as he exerted strength, he was immediately jolted awake by the soreness in his muscles. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. What a familiar feeling! It's just like the day after I was punished with frog jumping. Today's my day off, and I still have to visit my mentor to see if I can borrow the monograph on the main peak of the Hornacis from the university library. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he struggled to move outside. With every step he took, he felt like drawing a cold breath. Chapter 98. Faced with his sister's question, Klein could only smile bitterly. Muscle soreness. He originally believed that consuming the sequence potion and becoming a Beyonder would more or less improve his physique, but the cruel reality told him that the skills of a seer were all focused on spirituality, psyche, intuition, and interpretation. It didn't allow him to quickly adapt to combat training. As for the original Klein, he had been focused on his studies for many years and had suffered from malnutrition, causing his physique to always be below average. It was rather normal for him to have such a sequela today. Muscle soreness? I remember you came back after dinner last night and didn't do anything else. Could alcohol cause muscle soreness? Melissa inquired probingly. Could it be that alcohol causes muscle soreness? Sis, that question of yours really makes one's thoughts go astray. Klein laughed dryly and said, No, it has nothing to do with alcohol. No, it has nothing to do with alcohol. It happened yesterday afternoon. I joined the company's combat training. Combat. Melissa was even more surprised. Klein quickly organized his words and said, It's like this. I thought that, as a consultant of a security company's history and cultural relics, I can't stay in the office forever, staying in the warehouse at the dock. Perhaps there will be a day in the future when I need to go to the countryside with them, to the ancient castle, to the original location of the cultural relic. On the way, I will climb mountains, cross rivers, and walk many, many roads. I will have to undergo all kinds of tests from nature. This requires a healthy body. So you joined the combat training to improve your physique? Melissa understood what her brother meant. Yes. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Melissa frowned slightly. But that's not gentlemanly. Don't you always hold yourself to the standards of a professor? A professor only needs to read the literature, consider difficult problems, and be gentle and gentlemanly. Of course, I'm not saying that's not good. I like men who can solve problems by themselves, whether they use their muscles or their brains. Klein smiled and said, No, no, no. No, no, no. Melissa, you have misunderstood the definition of a professor. A real professor can communicate with people in a gentle and polite manner, and they can also use physics to persuade the other party when communication is blocked. The way of physics. Melissa didn't react for a moment, but she quickly understood what her brother was trying to say. She couldn't find the words to refute. Klein didn't say anything more. He moved his legs with difficulty and moved to the bathroom. Melissa stood there and watched for a few seconds. Suddenly, she shook her head and chased after him. Do you need my help? She made a gesture to support him. No, there's no need. I was just putting on a show. Klein felt insulted. He straightened his back and walked normally. Watching her brother walk into the bathroom with steady steps and close the door, Melissa pursed her lips and mumbled softly, Don't worry. Klein is getting more and more boastful. I thought his muscle soreness was really that serious. In the bathroom, Klein stood behind the closed door. His face suddenly contorted. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He held his breath and tensed his body for a full 7 to 8 seconds. It wasn't until he went downstairs with difficulty, finished his breakfast, and watched Banson and Melissa leave that he felt less sore. After resting for a while, Klein picked up his cane, put on his top hat, and slowly walked out to the tracked public carriage stop. Koei University during the summer holidays was filled with trees, flowers, and birds. It was peaceful and quiet. After walking along the river for a while, Klein turned into the road that led to the history department. He found the old 3-story gray stone building and found his mentor, Cohen Quinton's office. He knocked on the door and was surprised to see Instructor Aztec sitting in his mentor's seat. Good morning, Mr. Aztec. Where's my mentor? We agreed to meet at 10 in the letter, Klein asked, puzzled. Cohen Quinton's good friend, Instructor Aztec, who often argued with him over academic issues, smiled and said, Cohen had a meeting at the last minute and went to Tingen University. Cohen has a meeting at the last minute. He went to Tingen University and asked me to wait for you here. He had bronze skin, a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, and soft facial features. There was an indescribable sense of vicissitudes in his eyes, and beneath his right ear was a tiny mole that would not be noticed if one did not look carefully. After explaining the reason, Aztec suddenly frowned and took a closer look at Klein. Is there anything inappropriate about me? Klein sized up his attire in a daze. A tuxedo, black vest, white shirt, black bow tie, dark-colored trousers, and unbuttoned leather boot. It's very normal. Aztec relaxed his brows and chuckled. Don't mind me. I just suddenly realized that you look a lot more spirited than before. You look more like a gentleman now. Thank you for your compliment. Klein accepted it calmly and asked, Mr. Aztec, did you find research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins in the school library? Yes, with my help. Aztec smiled gently as he pulled open a drawer and took out a book with a gray cover. You are no longer a student of Koei University, so you can only read it here. You can't take it away. All right. Klein received the academic monograph with a tinge of trepidation amidst his joy. The design of the book was completely in line with the current trend. The front and back covers were made of hard paper, and the patterns were pictures. They formed an abstract image of the Hornacis main peak. Klein glanced at it and found a seat. He flipped open the book and read it line by line. He was engrossed in it when he suddenly realized that there was a cup of coffee beside him. The aroma was rich and mellow. Add your own sugar and milk. Aztec put down the silver tray and pointed at the milk jug and sugar box. Thank you. Klein nodded gratefully. He casually added 3 sugar cubes and a spoonful of milk before continuing to read without tasting the food. Research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins wasn't a thick book. When it was close to noon, Klein finished reading it and grasped a few points that he needed to take note of. First, the settlements on the Hornacis main peak and the surrounding region have clearly formed a civilization. There is an ancient nation there. Second, from the murals, their appearances are no different from humans. They can be considered humans. Third, they respect and fear the dark night. As such, they personify a deity and believe in it. They call this deity the ruler of the night, the mother of the heavens. Fourth, the strangest thing is that there are no tombs of this nation in the entire region. It gives people the strange illusion that their citizens don't need to be buried, and that they might not even die. This contradicts the contents of the murals. In the murals, the citizens of this nation believe that death isn't the end. They believe that their deceased relatives will protect them in the dark night. Therefore, they leave their deceased relatives at home, on their bed, by their pillow for 3 days. After that, the murals end here. It doesn't involve the part about burial. Klein drank a mouthful of coffee and continued writing his thoughts in his notebook. Mother of the heavens, Mother of the heavens. That's a very lofty title, and the ruler of the night clearly overlaps with the Evernight goddess. Is this the source of the contradiction? In the ancient ruins on the Hornacis main peak and the surrounding region, all the displays and decorations are perfectly preserved. The murals don't show any signs of damage. Before it was discovered, this place didn't seem to have been disturbed at all. There are dining plates on the table, and there are signs of rotting. In some of the rooms, there are half-filled bottles of wine that have almost turned to water. What about the citizens of this nation? They seem to have left their homes in a hurry. They didn't pack anything and didn't return after that. Thinking back to the fact that there are no tombs, it's even stranger. The author, Mr. Joseph, also mentioned that when he first discovered these ruins, he even believed that the citizens here had instantly evaporated. Klein stopped writing and cast his gaze at an illustration. It was a black-and-white photo taken by John Joseph with a new camera during his 3rd trip to the Hornacis main peak. In the photo, the palace was towering with collapsed walls and overgrown weeds. The style was majestic. When he flipped to the photo, Klein instantly recalled the palace he saw in his dream. The style of the two was similar, but the one he dreamed of was located at the peak. It was more majestic, and there was a gigantic chair that didn't seem to belong to a human sitting at the top. There were countless transparent maggots huddled together as they slowly squirmed. It can be confirmed that my dream is related to the ancient ruins on the Hornacis main peak. That should be the nation of the Evernight mentioned in the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein nodded indiscernibly and closed the book. At this moment, Aztec sat opposite him and touched the inconspicuous mole beneath his right ear. How was it? Did you find anything? Quite a lot. Look, I took many pages of note. Klein pointed at the table and smiled. I don't understand why you're suddenly interested in this. Aztec sighed and said, Klein, when I was a university student in Bakeland, I came into contact with some divination stuff. I've done some research in this area. Yes, I found that your fate is not in harmony. What? Divination? Talking to me about divination? As a seer, Klein looked at Instructor Aztec in amusement. What's the incongruity? Aztec thought for a moment. Have you encountered many coincidences in the past 2 months? A coincidence. Because he had received a favor from Mr. Aztec, Klein did not reject the other party's question. He subconsciously began to recall. If we were to talk about coincidences, the most obvious one was when we were chasing the kidnappers. We actually found clues to the Antigonus family's notebook that had been missing for several days opposite the room they were hiding in. Also, Ray Bieber didn't escape Tingen, but he hurriedly found a place to digest the power bestowed by the notebook, allowing sealed artifact 2-049 to easily track his whereabouts. This is a little illogical. Although Mr. Iyer Harson's explanation is correct, I still feel that it's a coincidence, yes, After Selina peeked at Jonas Vincent's secret incantation, she endured it all the way until the birthday banquet. I happened to discover it, which is also a bit of a coincidence. Otherwise, Jonas Vincent wouldn't have died so suddenly. Klein thought seriously for a few minutes and said, "There are 3. Not too many and not too often. Also, I can't find any signs of interference or guidance from others." Aztec nodded slightly. Roselle the Great once said that anyone can encounter a coincidence that only happens once. 2 is considered normal, but a third has to be considered as an internal factor guiding it. Can you tell anything? Klein probed. Aztec chuckled and shook his head. I can only tell that there's something incongruous. I can't tell anything else. You have to know that I'm not a real seer. Doesn't that mean I didn't say anything? Mr. Aztec is a little strange. He's acting like a charlatan in front of a charlatan like me. Klein exhaled. Taking the opportunity when Aztec got up, he pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision. At a glance, Aztec's aura was reflected in his eyes. It was normal in every way. Chapter 99. In the afternoon, Klein returned home and drew the curtains, casting his bedroom in darkness. He took out a pen and paper, and after some thought, he finally wrote down a sentence. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. As a seer, Klein had previously divined whether the few coincidences had unnatural developments, but it turned out that he had been overthinking things. This time, under the influence of Instructor Aztec, he took this problem seriously. He learned from the suited clown's lesson and carefully designed the divination statement. From the beginning, he eliminated vague and confusing descriptions. I'll break down the 3 coincidences and divine each one. Klein nodded thoughtfully and slowly took out the topaz pendant from his sleeve. He held the spirit pendulum with his left hand and let the pendant dangle over the divination statement on the paper, nearly touching it. Focusing his mind and entering cogitation, Klein closed his eyes and began to recite the words. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. Over and over again, he opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum. He saw that the topaz pendant was spinning slightly counterclockwise. Still negative, Klein muttered. He redesigned the divination statement a few more times, but the outcome was still the same. There was no coincidence in the matter. He also divined the matter of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen and the matter of Selina's magic mirror divination, but the answer he received was normal. As a real seer, I've been fooled by a fake charlatan like Mr. Aztec? Besides, Captain and the others didn't find anything strange. Klein shook his head in amusement, but he still remained cautious and prepared to use dream divination to make a final confirmation. After some thought, he changed the divination statement to suit a different method. The true cause of Elliot's kidnapping. As he wrote with his pen, Klein paused from time to time as he deliberated over his words. After reading it a few times, he tore off the piece of paper, got up, walked to his bed, and lay down. With the divination statement in hand, Klein quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation. In a blurry, distorted, and fragmented world, he regained some of his senses and wandered around in a daze. Gradually, he saw the kidnappers. He saw them lose their last chip at the gambling table, saw them obtain guns from underground channels, saw them scout locations a few times, and temporarily rent the house opposite Ray Bieber's house as a hideout. All of this was incoherent. It was a flash of images, but Klein couldn't find anything amiss. Furthermore, it matched the confession of the kidnappers. After exiting the dream, he divined the other 2 matters, but the results were the same. The development was in line with the law. A coincidence was really just a coincidence. I was indeed overthinking things. Mr. Aztec is just a divination enthusiast. Klein held the pendulum firmly as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to open the curtains and let the afternoon sun shine into the bedroom, his fingertips suddenly stopped here. From the original owner's impression, Instructor Aztec is a steady, reliable, and trustworthy gentleman. He almost never says anything without basis. Even if he often argues with his tutor, it's limited to academic issues. Each has their own reasons. If he's just a pure divination enthusiast, he wouldn't communicate with me in this way. Furthermore, the original owner doesn't even remember that he likes divination. Of course, it could also be that the corresponding memory fragments are missing. Klein frowned. He still felt uneasy and wanted to find a way to confirm it. He suspected that Mr. Aztec had accidentally found out some insider information, so he used divination as an excuse to remind himself. What should I do to confirm it? Klein paced back and forth in the dark bedroom where he could barely see the words in the book as he recalled the other divination techniques he knew. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 step. He suddenly stopped as he came up with an idea. Let's assume that there's a problem with the coincidence, that I can't divine it because my sequence isn't high enough and that I've been interfered with by external factors. Then, I can change the environment, one that's even more mysterious and incomprehensible than these matters. Klein perked up as he pulled open the drawer and took out a silver knife. Then, he gathered his psyche and allowed spirituality to flow out from the tip of the silver dagger, merging with the surrounding nature. As he walked, the wall of spirituality gradually sealed the entire bedroom. Klein's plan was to go above the gray fog for a divination, to the mysterious world. Above the boundless and hazy grayish-white fog, in the majestic ancient temple. Klein's figure sat at the end of the long bronze table. In front of him was a goatskin parchment that had just conjured. He picked up the fountain pen and wrote the divination statement according to his previous attempt. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. With the spirit pendulum in hand and the pendant hanging low, Klein allowed his psyche to quickly settle down, making it quiet and ethereal. He half closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement 7 times, allowing his spirituality to interact with the spirit world that stood above everything else. Feeling the silver chain tug gently, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum. He was stunned when he saw it. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. This meant that Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. And this was the complete opposite of the results of Klein's divination in the outside world. There's no guidance at all. Such power, or rather means, is terrifying. What's the goal of the person behind the scenes? The Antigonus family's notebook is fated to be entangled with me? Klein was alarmed as he lost his calm, causing the spirit pendulum's spinning to become chaotic. He put away the topaz pendant and pinched his glabella, his expression abnormally solemn. After considering for a few seconds, he didn't attempt to divine the other 2 matters. Instead, he wrote a new divination statement. The true cause of Elliot's kidnapping. Holding the piece of paper and silently reciting it 7 times, Klein leaned back in his chair and fell asleep above the gray fog. Soon, he saw a boundless, illusory, grayish-white fog. The fog slowly parted, revealing colorful flowers and a green lawn. Behind the flowers and the lawn, space distorted and overlapped, as though it had turned into a living monster. Klein tried his best to look and barely saw a dark red chimney hidden there. At that moment, everything in front of him collapsed and shattered. The dream suddenly collapsed. In the magnificent temple, Klein suddenly straightened his back. He felt his heart pounding for no reason. Phew! I feel like I've seen something terrifying. He took 2 deep breaths and calmed his chaotic emotions. Tap, tap. Moments later, Klein tapped the edge of the long table and fell into deep thought once again. Red chimney, garden, lawn. Are these places related to the person behind the scenes? But those coincidences don't reveal his motives. It can even be said that he has no ill intentions. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was alarmed. It was for himself, for Captain Fry and his other companions. They were like puppets on strings, being manipulated to perform. What was even more terrifying was that they felt good about themselves. Sigh. I still don't know how to mention this to Captain. The results of old Neil's divination are identical to mine in the outside world. If I were to confirm it on the spot, there's no way to confirm it. Klein rubbed his sun acupoint as though he had a headache. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he began to divine the matter of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen. Similarly, he first used spirit dowsing. This time, Klein was surprised to see that his topaz pendant was frozen in place. It didn't move at all, neither confirming nor denying it. Something strange, he muttered, his thoughts wandering as he tried to guess the reason. Did the person behind the scenes notice my divination and respond? Next, he tried dream divination, but all he saw was an incoherent, fragmented, and blurry gray fog. He discovered nothing else. The outcome of the Selena magic mirror incident was the same. Klein had almost confirmed his previous thoughts. Since he couldn't find a good opportunity to warn Captain Dunsmith, he had an unprecedented urge to improve himself. I'll continue going to the divination club later, and try to succeed in acting as soon as possible. I'll digest the seer potion. Also, I have to confirm if the clown potion is a follow-up to the seer potion and find clues about it. Also, I have to interact more with Mr. Aztec and see if I can dig out any insider information he knows. Klein held his forehead with his right hand and quickly came up with a plan to focus on. After some thought, he conjured a piece of goatskin paper in front of him and wrote, Sequence 9 Seers corresponding Sequence 8 is Clown. With his previous experience, Klein was now completely confident that his divination skills would be augmented by the gray fog and be elevated. It's just like how I can always throw a great success. Is this what it means to wield good luck? He muttered silently as he picked up the spirit pendulum again. Not long after, Klein received an affirmative answer. Sequence 9 Seer corresponded to Sequence 8 Clown. Following that, he wrote, Seer corresponds to Sequence 8, 7, 6, and 5. They will each obtain at least one brand new ability that is not related to each other. Phew. Letting out a turbid breath, Klein tried the spirit pendulum again. However, he saw that the topaz pendulum was still there without any movement. There isn't enough information to complete the divination and obtain a revelation? As he muttered to himself in thought, he put down the silver chain and began to consider the words needed for dream divination. After about 10 seconds, he raised his pen and wrote seriously. Chapter 100. Clues to the Clown Potion. At the seat of honor at the ancient and mottled bronze table, Klein read the divination statement a few times before leaning back and falling into a deep sleep. His surroundings quickly became peaceful and silent. What he saw in his eyes was ethereal and blurry. Countless distorted and indistinguishable scenes flashed past him like drops of dew on a tender flower petal in the morning. Gradually, Klein grasped his spirituality and regained a certain level of consciousness. He saw a fireplace in front of him, and in front of it was a rocking chair. Sitting on the rocking chair was an old woman in a black and white dress. Although she had her head lowered and he couldn't see her face, Klein felt that she was an old lady from the bottom of his heart. He was quite certain of it. Directly opposite the old lady was a table. On the table were newspapers and tin cans inlaid with silver. This is... Klein, who found the scene abnormally familiar, quickly recognized what he saw. This was the place where Ray Bieber and his mother lived. This was the place where he had seen the Colossus view for the first time. There are clues to the clown potion here? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, the scene around him changed. It was a grayish-white warehouse hidden in the innermost part of a similar building. There were white bones scattered inside, and a few lumps of flesh and blood that looked like they had been flattened by a boulder. In the middle of the warehouse was a grayish-white object the size of a fist. Its surface was covered in ravines, giving off a soft and viscous feeling, as though it was a brain that had been dug out alive. Just as Klein recognized the place and recalled what it was, the scene in front of him distorted and shattered like a reflection on water, turning into a new, hazy scene. A naked body was lying on a long table covered with a white cloth. In front of the body floated a ball of blood with a tinge of blue. Klein immediately frowned and mumbled, "That's right. Just now, it was Ray Bieber's hiding place and his remains. Now, it's the thing formed from the suited clown's wristband?" Just as he was trying to guess what these scenes symbolized, the changes in the scene suddenly intensified. There was a marble coffee table, a leather sofa with one master and two assistant sofas, and a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The black-haired, brown-eyed, scholarly Klein Moretti, a plump, fair-skinned, wealthy man, and a beautiful young lady wearing tulle gloves. There was a middle-aged man in a black robe with thick brown hair that stood on end. There was a fat man with a round body and fair skin. There was an old man in his 50s with messy eyebrows, sparse brown hair, and grayish-blue eyes. There was also a black notebook placed on the round table between them. It gave off an ancient and distant aura. The Antigonus family's notebook. Klein suddenly sat up straight, and there was no trace of the dream left. Looking at the boundless gray fog and crimson stars outside the magnificent temple, he thought in astonishment and puzzlement, I was divining for clues regarding the clown potion. Why would the Antigonus family's notebook appear? Let me think. That rotund fellow is Welch. Right, Welch, the unlucky bastard who bought the Antigonus family's notebook and triggered a series of events. The beautiful young lady wearing a gauze glove is Naya. I remember now. That marble coffee table and leather sofa is a symbol of Welch's residence. I saw spirit medium daily there. In other words, I just saw the living room of Welch's residence. I saw the scene of the original Klein discussing the notebook with his two classmates. Klein calmed down and regained his composure. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the edge of the long bronze table. Then, what does the last scene represent? The notebook and Welch appeared. Could it be the scene when he bought the antique? One of the other two looked familiar. I think I've seen the middle-aged man in the classic black robe somewhere before. Brown hair like a porcupine, thick dark circles under his eyes. Yes, I know who he is. Hannes Vincent, the Divination Club's Hannes Vincent. Because Selena secretly learned the secret incantation, Captain sneaked into his dream and died peacefully. Man, he was the one who sold the notebook to Welch? After going one big round, it's actually connected. The world is really small. No, Tingen is really small. Come to think of it, it's really possible. Hannes Vincent isn't an ordinary fortune-teller. He's clearly in the realm of mysticism and gained the attention of an ancient evil god. He has the means, the ability, and the opportunity to obtain the notebook that the secret order accidentally leaked. It's no wonder Captain and the rest couldn't find out where Welch bought the notebook. They were going in the wrong direction. They were trying to investigate the antique market. Later, when they found out the exact whereabouts of the notebook, they gave up on this attempt. It's a pity that Hannes Vincent died not long ago. Otherwise, I could definitely find something related to the notebook from him. As a person who had delved deep into the mysterious field, he should have studied the notebook. His death is really a coincidence. But there was another person present, an old man in his 50s. He might know a lot of things. Klein's fingers stopped tapping on the edge of the table. He went through all the scenes he had seen in the dream divination. Ray Bieber's home. Ray Bieber's hiding place, Ray Bieber's remains, the branded item on the tuxedo clown's wrist, Welch's home, the scene of Welch, Naya, and the original owner of the body, the group photo of Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook. Other than the branded item on the tuxedo clown, everything else is directly related to the Antigonus family's notebook. But what I divined was clues to the clown potion. This isn't scientific. No, this isn't mysticism. After becoming a seer, Klein had once tried to divine where Welch had bought the Antigonus family's notebook. However, he hadn't considered the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog, so he hadn't received any revelations. But now, when he was divining another matter, He seemed to have accidentally brought out the truth. After calming down for more than 10 seconds, Klein combined the contents of Roselle's diary and began attempting to interpret the dream from before. The first possibility is that Zeradal, or the Secret Order, is searching for and pursuing the relics of the Antigonus family. Therefore, the symbolic meaning of this dream is to use matters related to the Antigonus family to lure the Secret Order to appear and obtain the clown potion formula. The second possibility is that the Antigonus family's notebook directly recorded the clown potion formula. The fact that the Zeradal family is searching for traces left behind by the Antigonus family means that they have a very deep relationship. Perhaps they are friends or enemies. Therefore, it's very normal for the Antigonus family to know a portion of their sequence. There's no need to talk about friends, but enemies know each other the best. But the second symbolic explanation can't be connected to the branded item on the suited clown. Sigh, I hope it's the second one. Once the Holy Cathedral finds an expert to interpret the notebook, I'll be able to obtain the clown potion without any risk. From the looks of it, the first explanation is the most likely, but as a seer, my intuition tells me that there's a deeper symbolic meaning. With this in mind, Klein rubbed his forehead. He suddenly had a deep understanding of the limitations of a seer. Unless it was a very simple and intuitive symbol, a seer's interpretation had to be very careful. It was like walking on the edge of an abyss or walking on the surface of a thin ice lake. The suited clown was a living, bloody example of the moment he made a mistake in his interpretation or failed to interpret the most crucial meaning. At that moment, Klein had the illusion that he had grasped the true meaning of a seer. It was as if he was just one step away from completely digesting the potion. "Thank you for using your life to guide me. Praise the lady," he whispered as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. Following that, he divined whether Aztec had good intentions or whether he was a powerful beyonder. He received positive answers. At that moment, the continuous divination and the exertion of being above the gray fog made Klein begin to feel exhausted. He had no choice but to stop his thoughts and decide on the key things that he had to do. I have to find the elder who appeared in the same scene as Welch, Hannas Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. I can start with the divination club. Run to Mr. Aztec more often. Yes, he might be a mid-sequence member of the life school of thought, but there's a lack of information that prevents divination. Phew. Klein exhaled, causing the portrait of an elder with messy eyebrows, sparse brown hair, and grayish-blue eyes to suddenly appear on the goatskin parchment in front of him. This was the third person present when Welch and Hannas Vincent traded the Antigonus family's notebook. Looking at the portrait, Klein suddenly fell into a dilemma. I don't know how to draw. I've always been the target of criticism in primary school's art classes. Using ritualistic magic like Old Neil? But I'm praying to the goddess. I'm using the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog. If the deities find out, I won't be able to face the world. Wait, perhaps I can pray to myself. Transmitting a picture is about the same as transmitting a voice. Although I'm temporarily unable to stir the mysterious power above the gray fog, such a trivial matter shouldn't be a problem. With a train of thought, Klein immediately spread his spirituality and wrapped it around himself, simulating the feeling of falling. Returning to his bedroom, he casually lit the gas lamp and began praying softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for you to give me a revelation. I pray that you will allow me to depict what I see. After chanting the incantation, Klein didn't sprinkle any essential oils or burn any herbs. He didn't use their powers. Praying to myself is just that easy. Suddenly, he heard a murmur. He saw the 4 black dots that formed a square appear on the back of his hand. After taking 4 steps counterclockwise and chanting the incantation, Klein once again passed through the madness and frenzy and returned above the gray fog. This time, he didn't discover any crimson stars contracting or expanding. However, he noticed that behind the high-backed chair, at the end of the long bronze table, there was a strange symbol formed by a portion of the pupilless eye and a portion of the contorted lines. It was flickering with a faint light as it produced an illusory prayer. Klein listened attentively. After confirming that there was no mistake, he conjured the portrait of the third person and threw it into the flowing light in the same manner as a response to the prayer. After doing all of this, he immediately left the mysterious world above the gray fog and returned to his bedroom. Just as he found his footing, the portrait immediately appeared in front of Klein's eyes. He felt an illusory and weak power imbue him. He picked up a fountain pen, found a piece of white paper, and gave his wishes. To Klein's surprise, his right hand moved uncontrollably as it quickly drew lines. Not long after, he saw the lifelike portrait of the third person. After writing down the hair color, pupil color, and other characteristics, Klein, whose right hand was twitching slightly, heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 101. House Street Divination Club. Klein pressed down on the half-top hat on his head as he walked up the stairs to the door. He was no longer dressed in his usual formal attire. Instead, he wore a white shirt with a light vest and a thin black trench coat that reached his knees. It added a sense of vigor to his entire being. This set of clothes that was convenient for combat only cost him £1, including the small pockets that were sewn on the inside. Compared to a formal tuxedo, it was so cheap that it made him want to cry. Touching the revolver in his holster and the small metal bottles in the inner pocket, Klein took out the portrait and walked into the divination club. Without any surprise, he saw the beautiful lady in charge of reception, Angelica. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I thought you would only be here a few days later." Angelica was first taken aback before she revealed a radiant smile. Klein took off his hat and sighed. "Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. I had a dream this afternoon. I dreamed of Mr. Hannes Vincent and some matters related to him. As you know, as a fortune-teller, I cannot ignore every dream. It might be a revelation from the gods." Angelica was confused by his words that sounded like a charlatan. She nodded thoughtfully and asked curiously, "What did you dream of?" "I dreamed that Hannes Vincent was having an argument with this person." Klein handed over the folded piece of paper in his hand. While Angelica was engrossed in unfolding the portrait, he pinched his glabella and observed the color of her emotions. This person. Angelica looked at the portrait that resembled a photograph and fell into deep thought. And in Klein's eyes, her emotional aura appeared to be thinking blue. It was a normal reaction. "This person," Angelica muttered again and slowly raised her head. "I've seen him before." Klein's mind jolted as he immediately asked, "When?" "I can't recall the exact date, but it should be about a month ago. Back then, I saw him sending Mr. Vincent to the door, and they were discussing something softly. Because of his thick and messy eyebrows and Mr. Vincent's rare smile, I had a deep impression of it." Angelica recalled as she described. "Yes, he had a pair of grayish-blue eyes, and his hair was like that of most men of his age. There wasn't much left." "Did you see him again after, or before?" Klein asked gently. Angelica shook her head. "No, definitely not. I don't even know his name. To be honest, if it weren't for you, I would have suspected that the person who took out this portrait was a police officer investigating Mr. Vincent's death. I wouldn't be surprised if you received any revelations. You are a true seer." "I'm sorry, I'm just a police officer." Klein lampooned silently and sighed. "A true seer will understand their own insignificance and the greatness of fate. We will forever only be able to see a blurry corner of it. We will forever receive revelations but never answers. We have to constantly reflect on ourselves, maintain reverence, and be cautious in our interpretation. We cannot see ourselves as a wise man who has grasped fate." After summarizing what he had learned during this period of time, Klein suddenly realized that his spirit vision had become clearer. He could even vaguely distinguish the details of Angelica's aura's color. At that moment, he was like a nearsighted person who had put on the right glasses. My seer potion is beginning to show clear signs of digesting? Klein stood there in a daze, momentarily unable to believe it. I never expected a seer like you to maintain the fear of fate. It's truly admirable, Angelica said sincerely. She had seen too many people in the club who claimed that they wanted to pry into the truth and change fate after learning a few divination methods. Klein retracted his gaze and chuckled softly. The more you know, the more you will understand your own insignificance. As he spoke, he examined his own condition and past experiences. He roughly understood the essence of the acting method. It was to act in accordance with the potion's name, understand the hidden rules, and be strict with yourself. Only by doing so could he adjust the state of his body, mind, and soul, and get close to the remnant psyche within the potion, gradually digesting it. Other people's recognition of their identity as a seer was only a superficial factor. The reason why it could make one's spirituality feel lighter was that this feedback strengthened one's confirmation of certain divination actions, and these actions together formed the principles of a seer that allowed the potion to be digested. Helping others interpret the revelations and guiding them in a positive direction, but also having to constantly maintain a sense of reverence towards fate. I'm not inflated, arrogant, or blindly believing in my own interpretation. This is the rule that I've concluded, and it's also the essence of the acting that follows. If it continues to be effective, then I won't need half a year. Perhaps 2 or 3 months, or even 2 or 3 weeks, to completely digest the potion. The signs just now were very obvious. It's no wonder that mysterious Mr. Zeradal said that when the potion is completely digested, the Beyonder will be able to clearly sense it. There's no need for others to teach them. Yes is yes, and no is no. Just like now, although my spirit vision has improved a little, I know very well that this is only a node in the digestion process, and not the end. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but thank the suited clown. He had used his life to educate him. If not for him, he might have needed to spend a few more months in the divination club before he could conclude the principles of a seer through various cases, good or bad, and begin his strict acting. Mr. Moretti, sometimes I even feel that you are a philosopher, Angelica said with a sigh after hearing Klein's reply. In my circle, a philosopher is a curse word. Klein was in a good mood. With that said, he bowed, put on his hat, and bade her farewell. Although Angelica didn't know the name or identity of the man in the portrait, Klein wasn't disheartened at all. Such a gain was enough for him to carry out the next step of his plan. 36 Zutland Street, inside the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn's gray eyes looked deeply at the portrait in his hand. You wish to find this person through an investigation? Yes. Klein had already organized his words. Captain, didn't I mention previously that I was going to the Divination Club to observe the members' reactions to Hannas Vincent's sudden death? I didn't discover anything yesterday, but today, I unexpectedly learned that the person in the portrait had appeared together with Hannas Vincent. They even had a secret conversation. I just flipped through the team's investigation records and didn't discover any records of such a person. There was nothing wrong with his description. Even if Dunn Smith were to bring the portrait to the Divination Club, he would receive confirmation from Angelica. Dunn shifted his gaze away from the portrait and smiled. It seems like the funds weren't wasted. Captain, I thought you had a bad memory. Why did you remember the funds at this time? Klein maintained his smile and didn't say a word. Did you draw this? Dunn asked casually. Yes, I drew it with the help of ritualistic magic, Klein answered with 100% truth. Of course, telling the truth and telling the whole truth were two different things. Dunn nodded slightly and said, Get old Neil to get a few more copies. Get old Neil to make a few more copies. I'll get Kenley and Royale to investigate later. I'll also get the police department's help. If this clue is indeed useful, you'll be credited again. May the goddess bless us. Klein tapped his chest 4 times, his attitude abnormally sincere. To him, it was enough that Dunn and Company could find the name and identity of the man in the portrait. He could divine his whereabouts above the gray fog. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, who was on his day off, didn't immediately return home. Instead, he took a public carriage to the harbor and arrived at the entrance of the Evil Dragon Bar. He had considered it. Although a seer lacked direct means to counter an enemy and didn't have any spells that could be cast quickly, there were many types of battles. Not all were encounters. As long as there was sufficient time to prepare, a seer could also use ritualistic magic to deal with an enemy, just like how he had resolved the magic mirror divination incident at Selena's place. And this meant that it was best for a seer to carry some herbs, essential oils, and small candles with him. This was to prevent himself from being unable to produce the materials when he needed them and could only wait for death. After all, not everyone was like Selena, who had a pile of mysticism items at home that just happened to be of use. As for the ones he had applied for, Klein had practiced too much and had used up most of them. The pockets on the inside of his clothes were filled with the remaining ones. He touched the notes in his pocket, pushed open the heavy door of the Evil Dragon Bar, and walked in. It was afternoon, so there weren't many customers in the bar. There weren't any dog-and-mouse competitions or boxing matches. It was rather quiet and not lively enough. Klein looked at the 2 tables of customers drinking and playing cards, and he prepared to walk towards the billiard room that led to the underground market. At that moment, he saw a burly old man in a tattered Navy officer's coat walk out. "Are you the friend old Neil brought over the last time?" The blue-eyed elder with messy brown hair and a strong smell of alcohol sized up Klein and chuckled. Klein vaguely guessed the other party's identity. He took off his hat and bowed. "Yes. How may I address you?" "Old Neil should have mentioned me to you. I'm the boss here, Swain." The blue-eyed elder had thick arms and firm muscles. He had the bearing of a military officer. Former captain of Tingin's mandated Punishers. Rumor has it that he was once in the Royal Navy. Klein replied politely. "Yes. If you're short on money, feel free to look for me," Swain reminded him with a smile as he prepared to walk to the bar counter. At that moment, Klein's heart stirred as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Mr. Swain. Wait a minute, Mr. Swain. I have something to ask you." Swain stopped in his tracks, turned around, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "You and your boss really resemble each other." "No, I don't have any memory problems." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he directly took out the portrait. "Have you seen this gentleman before?" It suddenly occurred to him that Selena must have been brought to this underground market by Honas Vincent, which also led to Elizabeth finding out about the Evil Dragon Bar. In that case, could the man in the portrait, who had a certain relationship with Honas Vincent, have been here before? Swain took a careful look and answered with certainty, "I remember him. He came to ask me if there were any documents and items related to the main peak of the Hornaces." "Documents and items related to the main peak of the Hornaces?" Klein was taken aback as he suddenly thought of something else. Back when he was borrowing magazines related to the main peak of the Hornaces in Deweyville Library, the librarian had casually mentioned that someone had just returned it. Therefore, he remembered it very clearly and didn't need to flip the card to confirm its existence. Could it be that the person who borrowed those magazines before me was this gentleman in the portrait? Chapter 102. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, who would borrow those journals for no reason? Yes, the study of the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornaces is an unpopular field. Apart from the corresponding lecturers and associate professors, ordinary enthusiasts probably wouldn't have heard of it. Even the original Klein, a history graduate, only learned about it from the Antigonus family's notebook. Although Tianjin is a university city, there shouldn't be too many people interested in it. Even if there is, it's mostly on the university campus. There's no need to specifically borrow it from Deweyville Library. The most important thing is that the time to borrow the books is during this period of time. Now that I think about it, there's really a problem. I wasn't sharp enough back then to not have thought of it. Sigh, it looks like I don't have the talent to be a detective or act as Sherlock Holmes. As his thoughts flashed, the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, asked curiously, "Is there a problem? Is there a problem?" As there were customers and bartenders around, he could only ask in general terms. "No problem, I'm just thinking about how to investigate this gentleman. As you know, Honas Vincent died at home." Klein had already prepared an excuse. He didn't want the mandated punishers to be interested in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis. Vincent is a rather famous fortune-teller in Tianjin. He often comes here. Swain was indeed brushed off as he recalled. Thinking about it carefully, the gentleman in the portrait did come here with Vincent in the beginning. That's what I want to know. Do you remember his name? Klein pressed. Swain chuckled and shook his head. I don't ask for the name or identity of my customers, unless I already know them, such as old Neil. All right. Klein deliberately revealed a look of dejection. To him, it didn't matter if Swain knew or not, because he could investigate at Deweyville Library. Borrowing books from a privately donated library would definitely leave behind personal information, and it had to be trustworthy. After all, back then, Klein had relied on an introduction letter from a senior associate professor to apply for a library card. Even if that gentleman falsified the information, there's a high chance that he left behind clues that could help me with my divination. Klein watched Swain walk to the bar counter before he entered the billiard room in deep thought. He wasn't in a hurry to head to Deweyville's library to investigate. He wanted to complete his purchases first. After all, no one could say for sure if he would run into danger or if he would need to use ritualistic magic. After passing through a few rooms, Klein entered the underground market. At this time, there were very few stalls and customers. It was obvious that the market had not reached its peak yet. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly saw the monster, Ade Missile, who had previously said that he smelled like death, standing in the corner. The pale-faced young man with a terrifying madness in his unfocused eyes also sensed something and looked over. When their eyes met, Ade Missile suddenly covered his face with his hands. He panicked and leaned against the corner of the wall, moving step by step. Very quickly, he moved to the side door and staggered out. Is this necessary? Didn't I nearly blind you last time? But I didn't do anything. Seriously, it's as if I'm a great devil. Klein's expression stiffened slightly. He shook his head with a smile and stopped thinking about the monster. He came to the stall that had been set up and began his selection and purchase. Half an hour later, Klein had used up most of his private stash of money, which amounted to a few pounds. Counting the remaining 3 pounds and 17 soldi on him, he touched the metal bottles in the inner pocket of his black trench coat with a pained and satisfied expression. This is the amantha extract that Ma daily used. This is powder mixed with the bark and leaves of a dragon pattern tree. Essential oil extracted from slumber flowers. Dried chamomile petals. This is the holy night powder that I concocted using my own ingredients. Klein repeatedly recalled the items in each pocket so that he wouldn't be flustered during an emergency and fail to find the ingredients he needed. With his uniqueness and mysticism, he quickly finished memorizing the items and walked towards the exit. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It was a young lady dressed in a light green dress. Her black hair was soft and glossy, and her face was rather round. Her eyes were slender, and she had a sweet appearance and a gentle bearing. It's that lady whose body was trembling abnormally? She does look fine. I never expected her to be a mysticism enthusiast. Klein slowed down and thought for a few seconds before finally recalling who she was. He had to admit that other than Justice, whose looks he couldn't discern, this young lady was the prettiest lady he had seen ever since he transmigrated to this world. The sweet and gentle lady stood in front of a stall that sold mysticism books. In a slightly impolite manner, she half squatted down and caressed an ancient book with her fingers. The ancient book had a cover made of dark black paper, and on it were the words, "Book of Witches" in Hermes. There are records of witches' black magic inside. Although I didn't dare to try it, others have. It's indeed effective. The stall owner seized the opportunity to promote it. The sweet and gentle lady pondered for a few seconds. What do witches look like to you? Witches? Evildoers who bring disaster, disease, and pain, the stall owner replied after some thought. Klein didn't hear their conversation because he had already walked out the door. He was in a hurry to get to the Deweyville Library. He was in a hurry to settle everything and return home to make dinner for his siblings: tomato oxtail soup. Bakeland, Crown Racecourse. Audrey Hall was wearing a white dress with goat's leg sleeves, ruffled edges, and lace on her chest. She stood in the VIP box and looked at the galloping horses. She wore a gauze hat with blue ribbons and silk flowers, and her hands were covered with light-colored tulle gloves. Her eyes were cold and distant, as though she couldn't join the bustling scene. Just as the horses were crossing the finish line, her friend, Viscount Glaint, came over and lowered his voice. "Audrey, you have a different kind of beauty every time I see you. Is there something?" In the past, Audrey might have been briefly immersed in his praise, but now she could tell from Glaint's words and demeanor that his friend had other motives. Glaint had inherited the title of Viscount at the age of 20 due to his father's early death. He was a thin and weak young man. He looked around and chuckled. "Audrey, I've met a true beyonder, one that doesn't belong to the royal family. You say that every time, and you disappoint me every time." Audrey looked straight ahead and smiled elegantly. "Really? I swear on my father's honor that I've seen his beyonder powers," Glaint replied softly. Audrey wasn't as excited about this as she used to be, as she was already a beyonder. However, considering that she didn't want to arouse Glaint's suspicions, she widened her eyes and smiled in pleasant surprise. She asked with a trembling voice, "When can I see him?" It's good to meet other beyonders. I can't resolve every trivial matter on the tarot. Besides, I need my own resources that I can use to exchange with Mr. Fool and the Hanging Man. Not everything can be resolved with money. Phew, I'll have to be thrifty after sending that £1,000. Glaint was very satisfied with Audrey's reaction. He looked at the racecourse outside. "Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a literature and music salon at my house. Deweyville Library." Klein took out his ID and badge from his pocket and placed them in front of the administrators. "I'm a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Alwa County Police Department. I need your cooperation in my investigation," he said in a deep voice as he recalled the police movies he had watched in the past. The administrators flipped through the documents and badges, looked at each other, and nodded. "Officer, please feel free to ask." Klein read out the names of the journals, New Archaeology, and finally, he said, "I want the borrowing records of these journals and magazines for the past 2 months." He realized that one of the librarians was someone who had served him previously, but the person clearly didn't recognize him. "All right, please wait a moment." The administrators began to get busy and quickly found the most recent borrowing record. Klein flipped through them seriously, searching for the names of the same journals that he had borrowed. There weren't many such names, only one. He had borrowed them a few times, and the journals he had borrowed basically contained the ones that Klein knew. The earliest borrowing record was at the end of May, and the most recent was last Saturday, the day before Hannes Vincent's death. Klein rubbed the borrower's information with his finger and memorized it. Chapter 103. He lives at 19 Howe Street? While memorizing the information, Klein acutely grasped a piece of information. Yes, Welch lives in Howe Street. The Divination Club is in Howe Street. This cloth merchant named Sirius Arpus also lives in Howe Street. From the looks of it, it's not strange that Welch knows Honas Vincent. In fact, he might have gotten to know Honas Vincent through Sirius Arpus. Suddenly, Klein felt the clues connect, and his thoughts became clear. He was originally filled with questions as to how Welch knew Honas Vincent. This was because the son of a banker wasn't someone who liked mysticism. To him, money was more useful than divination. But now, Klein felt that he could roughly deduce how the two of them got to know each other. According to the descriptions in various magazines, the middle class and the wealthy are very willing to visit neighbors of the same level to form a social circle that is beneficial to them. Welch and the cloth merchant, Sirius, who also lived on Howe Street, had the motivation to become friends. It's not too difficult to understand why Sirius knew Honas Vincent, who often visited the divination club on Howe Street. Perhaps it was a chance encounter, or perhaps a favor, allowing people who have been in the same area for a long time to become familiar with each other. Honas Vincent wanted to sell the ancient books in his possession, so through Sirius's introduction, he found the history department student, Welch. In Hannes's dream, there was an image of the suspected evil god, the true creator. He also had the correct incantation format. All of this means that he is very knowledgeable in mysticism. I can't eliminate the possibility that he is a member of a secret organization. I can't eliminate the possibility that he joined a secret organization because of Sirius's guidance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even without divination, Klein was almost certain that the information left behind by Welch was reliable. Even if his name isn't Sirius Arpus, he isn't a cloth merchant, and he doesn't live at 19. He definitely belongs to Howe Street or a nearby area. As Klein thought, he re-examined Welch's borrowing record. The last time he went to Deweyville's library was last Saturday, the day before Selena's birthday banquet. It was also the day before Honas Vincent died. It's been a few days, but he still hasn't returned the magazines. According to the previous records, if he only borrowed 2 journals, he would usually come back the next day. Does this mean that Sirius knows about Hannes's death and is so frightened that he no longer dares to come to Deweyville Library? Yes, at first, he borrowed a lot of irrelevant history books and periodicals. Later, he gradually became clear about his target, and the books I borrowed overlapped on a large scale. This means that he didn't have anyone to guide him. He didn't have a senior associate professor from a university's history department to consult him. What would a frightened target normally do? There are 2 choices. 1, when the information is basically complete, he will head straight for the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. 2, when the main conditions are lacking, he will first hide and observe the situation. After confirming that Hannes's death doesn't implicate him, he will appear again. Thinking of this, Klein closed the borrowing record and pushed it back to the librarians. He then took out the portrait and asked them if they had seen the target. Unfortunately, there were many people who came to borrow books every day, and it was difficult for the librarians to have an impression of someone with no obvious characteristics. All right, sorry for the trouble. Klein put away his identification and badge. He didn't plan on continuing the investigation alone. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also troublesome. He planned on heading to Zutland Street again and leaving the rest to his captain and teammate. He would then return home to make tomato oxtail soup for his siblings. He would also use the mysterious space above the gray fog to divine the target's situation and whereabout. Officer, is there anything else? A librarian heaved a sigh of relief as he asked earnestly. Klein nodded slightly and said, No. If there are any new clues, I'll come again. He held his black silver-inlaid cane in his left hand and quickly walked to the door. At that moment, he saw a man wearing a black double-breasted suit with a high collar walk in with his head lowered. At the instant they brushed past each other, Klein caught a glimpse of the man's thick and messy eyebrows, as well as a pair of grayish-blue eyes. These were areas that a high collar couldn't hide. Sirius? Sirius Arpus? What a coincidence! Klein was taken aback. He never expected to meet the target directly. What kind of luck is this? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? He weighed his body and felt the soreness in his muscles. He pretended that nothing had happened and continued walking to the door. Yes, as a person, I have to follow my heart's wishes and be steady. As long as Cirrus hasn't left Tingen, it doesn't matter if I miss this opportunity. At that moment, the man in the black double-breasted suit walked to the reception desk and handed the journal in his hand to one of the librarians. "Return it," he said vaguely with a suppressed voice. The librarian casually took the journal and glanced at it. Suddenly, he froze. He subconsciously raised his head and looked across as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Is there a problem?" the man with the high collar asked in a deep voice. His words were like a spark that ignited a barrel of explosives, causing the administrator to lose control in an instant. He ran to the side and shouted. As he ran to the side, he shouted, "Officer? That criminal is here." At that moment, Klein, who hadn't even stepped out of the door, only had the word F***ck reverberating in his heart. He instinctively reached his right hand into his armpit and took out his revolver. The man was stunned at first, but he immediately turned around and started running. However, he didn't run towards the door. Instead, he ran towards the oriel window at the side, as if he wanted to break through the glass and jump out. Klein, who was panicking, turned around and saw this scene. His heart suddenly calmed down. He realized that although he was afraid of the target was even more afraid of him. In such a hasty encounter, the other party definitely won't be able to determine my strength. He won't know what I'm good at. Therefore, the guilty him will definitely subconsciously avoid a direct confrontation and seek other means of escape. With his mind made up, Klein raised his revolver and pulled the trigger. At that moment, the man in the black double-breasted suit suddenly rolled in an attempt to avoid the bullet. Immediately after, he pressed his right hand and leaped into the air, pouncing towards the glass of the oriel window. Poof! Klein's first shot was a blank. However, this was something he had expected. Taking advantage of the fact that Cirrus couldn't dodge in midair, he aimed at the most convenient part of his torso and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The silver demon hunting bullet pierced through the air and stabbed into Cirrus's back. Clang! The glass shattered as Cirrus flew out, leaving drops of crimson blood and crystalline shards on the windowsill. Seeing that the other party was injured, Klein was no longer afraid. He ran over, jumped onto the windowsill with the help of a chair, and leaped out. Behind the first floor of Deweyville Library, rows of tall trees separated a lush green lawn. Cirrus, who had been shot, was running to the side in an attempt to enter the alley between two buildings. Klein hadn't practiced his accuracy when running, so he didn't dare to shoot blindly. He could only hold his cane in one hand and his gun in the other as he chased after the man in the black suit. Tap, tap, tap. He followed the blood on the ground, trying his best to shorten the distance between them. With the corner in sight and the injured Cirrus slowing down, Klein, who was waiting for an opportunity, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He felt that the person in front of him wasn't human, but a ferocious wolf, a tiger, and a terrifying danger lurked within. This was his instinct as a seer. This was a warning from his spirituality. Klein immediately slowed down, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the blood on the ground. Compared to before, the blood dripping from Cirrus's body had turned black. At that moment, a strong gust of wind blew against him. Cirrus's face was reflected in Klein's eyes. Those were thick and messy eyebrows, those were grayish-blue eyes, those were protruding sarcomas, those were cracked lips, those were white teeth. Cirrus had actually launched a counterattack at that moment. This made the face in Klein's eyes clearer. It was as if he could smell a foul stench. Puff! Cirrus had pounced 7 to 8 meters away, which was clearly beyond the range of a normal person. But because Klein had stopped his pursuit in time, the two of them were still separated by about 10 meters. At a distance of less than 2 meters, the mouth that drooped with sticky saliva and the extremely disgusting dense sarcomas formed a clear and horrifying scene. It made Klein tense up. Without thinking, he took advantage of the moment when the other party's pounce missed to raise his right hand and fire at the target's head. Bang! 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 At close range, the silver demon hunting bullets drilled into Cyrus's head one after another. Blood splattered everywhere and his face was a mess. He was hit so hard that he staggered backward. After emptying the bullets in his revolver, Klein subconsciously wanted to retreat to confirm the outcome of the battle. But at that moment, Cyrus, who was trying his best to stand straight, gave him a huge fright. He suddenly swung the cane in his left hand. Pah! The sturdy black cane struck Cyrus's neck, drawing out a deep red mark. Pa pa pa! Klein instinctively whipped his opponent until Cyrus swayed and fell to the ground. Whoosh! 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 Klein used his cane to support himself as he panted. He stared at his target, afraid that the other party would suddenly come back to life. At that moment, Cyrus's head was like a smashed ripe watermelon. The remaining sarcomas began to recede, and his body convulsed a few times before returning to normal. Klein was not in a hurry to examine the corpse. Instead, he threw down his cane, took out the demon hunting bullets that he carried with him, and stuffed them into his revolver one by one.